all of these just waiting for my time. Oh, there it is. Okay, sometimes like that. Yeah. On LinkedIn, right? So now I'm not going to I message you and then you don't message me. So if I'm not your color, oh yeah, Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. First of all, could you please give yourselves a round of applause for how incredible it is. The weather has favored us, so we're so excited. We're a little bit worried, but thank God it's not raining for today. But tomorrow I will allow it to rain. It will not even rain, but that's the G20 Alright, I am Mr. Howard Kabanye, and I'm the governance lead at African Leadership Academy, and I'm part of the group of amazing organizations that are bringing us together today. So we're really thrilled and humbled that you chose to spend today with us discussing key issues that are important for our time and our generation. So, to get us energized and ready for the day, I would like us to quickly get to know one another. Very quickly get to know one another. We have about 2 minutes to do it. And the way we're going to do it is you're going to stand, turn to someone maybe right next to you, and ask them their name and their intention for the day. So my name is XYZ. My intention is to have all the food today. It's an example, but feel free to share an intention. And then I'll quickly ask you to switch over and turn to someone else. So we're only going to do it to 2 people. These events, when we meet, sometimes it's so difficult to get to know people and have introductions. So at least I'm giving this opportunity to do that, so that throughout the day you can keep knowing each other and introducing yourself to each other. All right, so feel free to stand and turn to your person next to you. I only have a minute or so, and then Thank you so much. But I'm hoping that this will be the mood, the energy that we interact with one another. And I know that this isn't usual, but in network theory, there's something that we use to kind of facilitate and encourage us creating bonds and networks beyond this room, because that is how you will actually build relationships beyond here to actually do meaningful work. So I'm going to read something to keep, and I hope you keep it in the back of your mind for the rest of the day to get you encouraged and hopeful about building these networks. So it's a poem by Margaret J. Beatty, and it's called Turning to One Another. There is no greater power than a community discovering what it cares about. Ask what is possible, not what's wrong. Keep asking. Notice what you care about. Assume that many others share your dreams. Be brave enough to start a conversation that matters. Talk to people you know. Talk to people you don't know. Talk to people you never talk to. Be intrigued by the differences you hear. Expect to be surprised. Treasure curiosity more than certainty. Invite in everybody who cares to work on what's possible. Acknowledge that everyone is an expert about something. Know that creative solutions come from new connections. Remember, you don't fear people whose story you know. Real listening always brings people closer together. Trust that for today, meaningful conversations can change your world. So I hope you enter today with that intention and leave your conversation with that in the back of your mind. So just some ground rules before I hand over to our generous host to come and welcome us. The bathrooms are out of the store, just this side. We'll continue. Feel free if you want to have coffee. It's right outside as well. Feel comfortable and easygoing. The Wi-Fi looks like it's there. It should be behind me at one point or another on the screen. So feel free to also access that throughout the day. And now, without further ado, I'd like to welcome Amy Herbert, who is our ED here at FNF, to come and welcome us to this beautiful space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucy, for beautiful energy you're bringing us, and the weather, amazing. So good morning, Excellencies, dear guests, but partners, of course, amazing partners. We're really proud to be part of this consortium, and of course, all the brilliant young people here. So a warm welcome on behalf of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation. It's really an honor to welcome you here. And when I was now chatting to people, my expectation and the good thing I feel about it is that this is in the context of the G20 Summit and of the G20 Youth Summit. This makes this event very, very relevant. And we don't need the Americans coming here, we need the Africans to come here. So, we have all the partners here. I won't acknowledge you all one by one, but it is an amazing consortium. And African Leadership Academy, I'm always saying that this is, I think, our favorite. We call it partner organization as the Friedrich Naumann Foundation. Whenever I feel a bit depressed about the world or Africa, I just need to go to ANA and talk to any of the students, and I'm happy that coming with you are here now because it's just very, very inspiring, and I do believe that the continent is doing well with these people, and we are needed. At the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, we believe that freedom is not a luxury, and that is the foundation of dignity and innovation. And just to say a couple of words on the foundation, so we are headquartered in Germany. We are a German political foundation close to the Liberal Party in Germany, and we work in 60 countries worldwide. So I'm the head of Sub-Saharan Africa, but our aim is really to connect people. And now, in my case, of course, partners and people from Sub-Saharan Africa to the rest of the world. So this is why we are actually really happy to also work with continental partners like the Leadership Academy. Yeah, the G20 Youth Summit reminds us that global challenges are here. It's inequality, which we see a lot in this country, but also in many other countries, but also digital disruptions, all the topics of AI. We have a couple of discussions on that. We have a discussion on that if certain people like President Trump are the symptoms of our times, or if they are causing these times. A very interesting conversation. Already Philippine with you in the morning, sitting at the table with Ambassador Dorcas and others. It's been an amazing start of the day. Yeah, and of course, as a foundation, we are working in many countries in Africa, also in Kenya, for example. And the Gen Z is a big word. So I think in this room we have, quite a couple of Gen Z, but also other young generations here. They're often called, or you're often called a patient, but I think that patience is a gift. It's an impatience of conscience, the refusal to tolerate corruption, exclusion, and broken systems, right? And from climate marches in Kenya and Nigeria to movements for accountability in South Africa and Sudan, young Africans like you are really defining what democracy looks like: creative, connected, and courageous. So I'm really, really looking forward to what comes out today, and I'm happy that some of you are carrying what's worked out today to the G20. I wish you and us all a fantastic day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Inga. I really appreciate that, and thank you for the generous support. They have been supporting us as a governance consortium, putting these events together. This is not our first. This is one of the many events we've hosted across the continent, and so we're really excited to partner with them and the work that they care about, which is democracy. So thank you again for having us today. Next, I will call upon our Chief Financial Officer at African Leadership Academy. But before I do that, because she's from ALA, we have a few things that we do at ALA, especially when we're in gatherings and convenings. First of all, feel free when you hear something that resonates with you to either snap. Feel free to see that as such an ALA thing, but also feel free to just clock it. That's for the Gen Zs in the room. Adults and us elder millennials, feel free to also join in clocking it and feeling whatever is being said. Ramasha, thank you so much for coming.
I don't think I need a mic. Can you all hear me? Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to warmly welcome you to this G20 Sideline. Themed African Future, sustainable models for financing democracy and innovation. That's my intention this year, to learn more about it. I just want to recognize and warmly welcome our distinguished guests, Her Excellency, Honorable Members of Parliament, representatives from Y20 and G20 engagement groups, colleagues from the private sector, government and civil society, our esteemed panelists, moderators, judges, and facilitators, and of course, African Leadership Academy students and all our distinguished guests who have joined us today. Let us acknowledge the consortium partners as well. We are all named at the bottom. I'm not going to name them out individually. Your presence and contributions are vital to advancing government and leadership. The session is designed to ground us in the why behind the governance consortium and the broader movement towards African-led democratic and development practices. At the heart of this gathering is a shared commitment to empower youth and women in governance roles, accelerating impact through collaboration amongst leadership programs, and building inclusive and transforming leadership ecosystems across Africa. This vision is not just aspirational. It's a strategic response to the continent's evolving governance landscape. Last week I attended the decennial celebrations of EMU. The theme was a world of service. Because the education sector finds itself at a pivotal point where the world has changed to such an extent that traditional models of delivering education are no longer seen effective. Similarly, Africa stands at a critical juncture. Traditional donor-driven models are losing traction, and the urgency of reimagining finance for governance and democracy has never been greater. Similarly, for decades, external aid shaped our development narrative, but today we ask, how do we finance freedom on our own terms? This is not just about money. It is about agency innovation, and ownership. It is about creating systems where African youth are not passive recipients, but active architects of democratic resilience. As the African proverb reminds us, if we want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Today, we choose to go far by exploring homegrown solutions, youth-led innovation, and financial sovereignty. Because Africa doesn't just need aid, it needs agents. This event is not happening in isolation. It is strategically positioned alongside the G20 summit. Why is this important? Because the decisions made at G20 shape global economic governance. And Africa must not only be present, but influential in those decisions. Our dialogue today speaks directly to financing for sustainable development, inclusive growth, and debt and development issues that define Africa. We are here to challenge outdated paradigms of aid dependency and present African-led solutions that prioritize resilience, innovation, and youth leadership. As Nelson Mandela said, money won't create success, the freedom to make it grow. That freedom is what we are here to shape, not just for Africa, but as a contribution to global democratic stability. Today, we expect keynotes and fireside chats with thought leaders on finance and freedom, panel discussions and lightning talks showcasing youth-centered financing models, design sprints and pitch the future sessions to generate actionable ideas, culminating in youth policy recommendations for G20 and beyond. Another African proverb says, wisdom is like a bear of wisdom. No one can live it. Today, let us embrace collective wisdom and bold ideas to build a future where democracy is sustained by African ingenuity, values, and resources. I encourage all of you to be an active participant in this important work. Thank you for being part of this conference. Welcome, and let's begin.
Thank you so much, Roger, for that incredible welcome, and I hope that has already begun to set the tone. At this point in time, we will now be beginning the matters of the day. We'll be having our keynote address in a fireside chat, and to facilitate that part of the program for us, we have Wellington Radu from Future Elect. He's the regional head of programs, and we are so honored to also have them on board with us. They are our planning partner for this event. They also will be live streaming, so please do check out their pages if you want to share with other people who might not be locally with us to share that. They're also sharing a link to do a digital toolkit after this event because we want this conversation to carry forward post this convening. Thank you so much, Wellington. You may take over.
All right, thank you so much, Lesego. It's actually exciting to be this venue because I have a history with this venue. One of the things that Lesego can tell you is that we ran a public leadership program, and one of the seminars we had with the fellows was in this venue, so it's quite exciting, right? And then seeing all of you here. I think the purpose of this session really is to start to provoke you to think about financing democracy in ways that you may perhaps have thought about. I say this because this is not a new conversation. The conversation has been had for quite a number of years. I think the only different thing that you mentioned US and what's happening around cutting down on financing democracy in Africa. So they have to have this conversation in a new environment or a changing environment in terms of our geopolitical landscape, where we still have old rules that no longer apply, and then the new rules are yet to be written. And we're trying to navigate that, and perhaps this is the most important thing to consider. So, as we are going to have this conversation, I think the most important thing for me is to highlight that what we want to be asking, and I think this is something that our keynote speaker will delve into, what I'll introduce is shortly. We will be talking about how power and resources and agency intersect in shaping Africa's development and governance journey. And that's quite fascinating because we need to start thinking about how we might resource not only politics, but also accountability, possibility, and reimagination of our democracy on the African continent. So to help us unpack that, allow me to introduce to you a remarkable African leader who brings a wealth of insight. And she is a former ambassador to Australia for Botswana. Her name is Ambassador Dorcas Makato. She is a trailblazer in diplomacy and business. She has served in Botswana's cabinet and leading various ministries, including the Ministry of Trade, Health, as well as Labor. And she was also the CEO of the Botswana Export Development Investment Authority. But most importantly, she's an advocate for women's empowerment and inclusive policy making and a respected voice in international policy. With that,
thank you very much for my introduction. I almost did not recognize myself. And let me try and go back to politics because we spoke without microphones because necessary. Can you all hear me? Yes. Then I can free my hands. Good morning.
Good morning.
Distinguished delegates. Can I write on the protocol that's already established so that I have a bit of time to discuss what I've been asked to come and discuss? However, having said that, say that it is an honor for me to be here and to talk to you this morning. I don't take it for granted. It's not very often when people call and say, you have some discussion, you think you could add value to that. So thank you for inviting me and getting me out of the farm. Currently, at the farm, and now I'm producing birds and doing all these nice things. And the energy here today is taking me back to places I've been for most of my life. But allow me to acknowledge the Governance Consortium and African Leadership Academy, emerging public leaders in Africa, African Leadership University Center for Reimagining Africa. And I think we must pause to reimagine Africa, especially now. I sometimes like provoking thought, and I say sometimes when bad things happen or things that we don't expect happen, I say, yeah, about time. About time somebody decided not to find our democracy. We will not probably be addressing this matter as urgent and with the energy and everything that we are right now imposing on the subject matter because it is urgent indeed. So maybe it's good that what is happening now because out of that it will nudge us a bit to be able to deal with what we should have dealt with many times. Because we are the victim of everything that we've been doing. Whether it be lack of financing, whether it be our inability or lack of capacity to finance our development and our democracy, we are the victim of that. So about time we have this discussion. And I'm also grateful to share this background with fellow panelists that I had the pleasure of meeting this morning. And facilitators who continue to advance governance innovation across our continent. Our theme that talks about how to finance freedom, intertwined with how to finance democracy, because we can't talk about democracy and not talk about freedom at the same time. But let's pose a few questions. And in my discussion as I was preparing, some mentioned the word cost. The word cost of our democracy, cost of our freedom, kept on creeping in. And I want us to pause and think and say, should we be talking about cost? Is it a cost? Should it be a cost? Or should we reimagine it and talk about it as an investment rather than a cost? I want us to think about that. I, for one, I would align myself with investment into our democracy, investment into our freedom. Because when you look at investment, it's different from when you look at it as a cost. Because cost, you go to liability. Investment, you go into what is the return of this investment. So I want us to really change our mindset probably, change our paradigm, and shift towards looking at this more as an investment than a cost to our democracy. So today we ought to be asking ourselves those questions. According to the data from International Foundation for Electoral Systems, 2024 and UNDP's electoral support report for 2023, across Africa today, the average cost of holding an election has risen by more than 60%, over the last decade. Some national elections now cost over $600,000 US, and yet several countries, more than half of that funding still comes from external partners. As highlighted in the African Union's report of 2022, the government's report. So I ask, can democracy truly be free if its funding is borrowed? Can it be free if its funding is borrowed? I certainly believe it's not. Because when you look at it also, it cannot just be about money. It is about the considerations of third parties in this mix. It is about their participation. It is about our commitment and their commitment. And it is our lack of independence or our dependence on this borrowed democracy or borrowed freedom through ideas. And what does this really mean? Across our continent, we find ourselves at different stages of democratic maturity as well as development. Some nations have strong institutions, others are still finding their way, but the real question remains, where should Africa be heading and on whose terms? Remember, in Botswana, for instance, we have seen our democracy, we have seen that democracy can be sustained through the voices and participation of our citizens, not through dependence on external funding that often arrives with conditions. This is embedded in our culture in Botswana, and I encourage you to go and Google or go into the Oxford Dictionary and look for the word quota, which is K-G-O-T-L-A, K-G-O-T-L-A, quota. That system, embedded in our value system, embedded in what we do, we always believe that people can gather in a quota. And the first thing is all voices are equal, fundamental. And then it goes, and it says all that is said there is good. In Botswana, I've seen the people so to understand Mahoko Akoda among the old. All words spoken by the Koda are all good. And it says fundamentally because then if anybody says anything bad at a Koda meeting, they trigger somebody to bring something good out of it. And you say, and the one that says that is perceived to be bad triggers the one that has something good to say to be triggered to create that balance. And it did not matter whether you came from a poor family, it did not matter whether you came from royalty, everybody had an equal voice. And that was the fundamental of our democracy. And I'm not certainly suggesting that it's perfect by any count. I'm just relating something that has helped us sustain our democracy to date. So underline their values, underline their culture, because I will come back to that when we deal with our democracy as the continent, or democracies as the continent. We must endeavor, therefore, having said what I said about borrowing and so forth, try and see if it is possible, remote as it might be in some instances, to self-fund democracy so that we reduce the dependency and we build our own dignity through ourselves and financing. If our democracy is to endure, it must be self-financed. It has to be self-financed. If it's to be sustainable, it has to be financed. If it's to be relevant to future generations, it has to be self-financed. If we want control of our democracy, it has to be self-financed because we will say this is what has to happen, not somebody else telling us what should happen. That means we have to get that money from somewhere. The topic that I like, we went to productive economies and responsible fiscal management. Somebody talked about the bleeding of economies, corruption, etc. So it has to be responsible fiscal management and won't do anything that goes with that discipline. And citizens will believe in the value of that institutions. We can no longer afford to have our governments funded by others while our people watch from the side. And normally it's convenient. I think sometimes it has to be inconvenient because convenience has its own liabilities that it comes with. So, how can Africa self-fund? I have a few suggestions, about 5. First, I looked at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa and the African Development Bank, who estimate that Africa loses around $86.5 billion through illicit financial flows. Just imagine for a second, imagine if a fraction of this 88.6 billion that goes in illicit financial flows can finance our democracy, government, civic education, and institutions. Just imagine that. So it goes back to the discipline that I talked about. Secondly, through public-private partnerships with governments, where African businesses co-invest in civic technology, accountability systems, and leadership development, we must explore it. Thirdly, by establishing sovereign democracy endowment funds, dedicated national funds for elections, civic education, and institutional stability. I think it's an area that we need to look at. I speak from a position where I've ran for office. I know the pain of not having money. And there's another politician here. I don't know where he's sitting. Where's the... Hey, my brother, you know the pain of financing. When you go and you want to talk to the people, and the people want to eat or drink something, they want to network with you, and you've got nothing other than the promise of what you are going to do in the future. And after a while, it becomes so irrelevant because you are promising the future and saying, you want our future. My brother, talk what I say. And then you go and borrow from the private sector or borrow from those that have money to try and finance yourself to be able to be relevant. And then you get into office. And those that finance you are saying, so what are you saying now, my brother, now that I have put you there and you have to deliver something? So I think we have to look at that but at a continental level and at a national level. We can also, the fourth point that I have there, through citizen participation funds, encouraging Africans to co-own democracy by contributing directly to local democratic processes. I'm glad I'm talking to you today. I am going to be turning 60 in the next, I think, 4 weeks or something like that. I'll be turning 50 plus for the rest of my life. I've just said it, and I'm happy and excited that I'm entering that era. But when I look at my friends, very learned people who are driving industries who are continental, global, a lot of the times during my tenure, because I spent half my life in the private sector, half my life in government and quasi-government and diplomacy. Whenever we went for elections, they always say, why are you wasting your time with this thing? It's a waste of time. Why? You can be anything. You can be president of an organization. And that worries me because of convenience. If we have everything that it takes to be able to do other things, why can't the notion or the mindset use it and make it relevant within the political space? Because we need competence in the political space. We need people that understand, that can run economies, that can run systems, that can not just that can narrate and make the populace vote. Beyond that, you have to deliver. And I think if you look across, you'll find that it is at delivery level where our economies are suffering. We could be okay, but we are not delivering. So we need to interrogate what is it that we need to do to ensure that those that go to the office are able to deliver. And we start with competence. And finally, through Pan-African collaboration using platforms like AFCTFA and the African Union to establish continental financing frameworks for democracy, reducing reliance on donor sectors. And as former Minister of Health, it pained me that sometimes I had to go to the United States under to go and ask for money, and I had to depend on that generosity and how much they would need to fund and when that cycle was coming. And yet I had my statistics going a different direction. So that dependency I have witnessed in real life. Let me ask you this. I'll ask you a lot of questions. If Africans can fund football games, build new churches, host lavish weddings, host lavish funerals. Did I say more? Are you saying we can't fund our own democracy with the same conviction? So I think we ought to explore that. When financing flows change, influence shifts there. So the question there is no longer who funds us, it is whose agenda are we funding? Whose agenda? It is whose agenda we are funding that then takes us to this place where we are today. Need I say more? I'm not mentioning names. I'm not mentioning countries. I'm not mentioning visions. But I'm saying. I'm just saying. But when we invest in our own governments, we create systems that answer to citizens and not creditors. That answer to citizens and not creditors. Our frameworks must therefore be institutional, not personal. They must outlast our leaders and to ensure continuity, integrity, and trust. Remove them from Consortium. Let them be institutions that stand up beyond the trust of myself and my colleague or everybody that has been political office. The institution must stand in its own right. But this economic empowerment that I'm talking about that will finance our democracy, naturally it will depend on how well your economy or the foundation of your economy is empowerment, whether it's sustainable, its development, its growth. It will depend on market access. Are you able to sell that which you produce and rebuild bottlenecks? It will depend on neighborliness. Because if we are in this neighborhood as an example, we cannot have one economy surviving without the rest surviving, because we're all moving here to come and look for that economic freedom. And then it brings other issues that affect the very democracy that we are talking about. I see you're looking at your watch. I hope you have a cage. And I need to look at my experience when I was Minister of Trade. Firsthand, when we were clear in our mandate that what we did underpinned political independence. And we used to fight, like how, as ministers of trade, fight like how, as ministers of trade in our council. And then when we are done and there's blood on the floor and we agreed on this and we dropped this and that, our fellow ministers of external affairs and relationships, they come and say, our brothers and sisters, we come from the same mother. We cannot do that. We work hard. If business or capital, you like say, this is what I want, I'm gonna do all this is fair. But then when you balance it with being from the same mother, the same father, you can go through that. It becomes a different topic altogether. Did I say anything? So it is very important that we don't just look at those. Somebody already mentioned agency, add dignity and add ownership to that. During my tenure as Minister of Trade, the Open Market, in fact, I was in the group that established this CTA right now. We sat down, I remember being in a meeting, the pain of it all. We started at around 9 and we finished at 3 a.m. And good 3 hours of that meeting, we were arguing about who should be sitting where.
Oh, wow.
because we were having ECOWAS, then we were having SACU, then we were having SADC, then we were having all these different, what do you call it? Yeah, regional blocks or economic blocks. And other countries belong to 2 of them at a given time. And so we just came and said, look, let's just sit there and talk. But we debated and debated and debated. But nonetheless, it is what it is. The AFCTA now, it's there, it's happening. It is so critical and crucial because it has a direct impact on how much our economies can grow and how much our economies can be open for each other to be able to finance this freedom that we are talking about. I had them, I'm going to change this. I said it requires patience. It doesn't. And I say that because I learned the previous speaker who talked about patience or impatience being a gift. So I'm with you, my sister. It doesn't require patience. I think we must use this gift of patience and harness it and drive it accordingly to be able to get a return on that investment. So, yes, democracy might require patience, but we are allowed to be patient because of where we are right now. And from both our leaders and the land, its impact on livelihood, economy, and progress is undeniable and very pivotal. So, financing democracy is not a luxury, it's an absolute necessity, and it is critical. But we must be vigilant. We must avoid performance democracy. These systems that look democratic and yet remain externally dictated. We must be vigilant. The price of independence may be slower growth or tougher reforms, but the cost of true democracy is sovereignty. The Pan-African imperative is that we must start financing our own freedom. Across Africa, a new generation is rising, and I am privileged to be talking to that generation that is rising. Thank you that you are not throwing anything at me. It's rising, and it must. One that demands governance, one that says we must reflect on the people and not the powerful. And I'm not quite sure if you are powerful, if you are powerful for 5 years, and you are powerful for the rest of your life. So what is this so-called powerful? But I'm also glad that I see a significant amount in terms of the demographics today, that is women. Because it is women that are driving our economies. It is women across Africa that are driving our SMEs. And it is women who are running our households. And it is women who can, and it is women who can take us to the next level. You know, in Botswana we have, women come together and put their money together. And stop them. But you know what my people do? And I used to be fighting with them. At the end of the year, they want so much money. Then they will decide, this year we're just buying food. They will buy so much food. And they will eat so much food. And they don't throw it away over Christmas. They just buy. And I'm like, if only we could take a fraction of that, invest it, let it grow. But not eat until we can't eat. And you know, we fly and enjoy ourselves, feed everybody that comes. But take a moment and say, if you take that money, reinvest it, what can we do in the future? And we buy pots, we like buying pots. Let's reimagine and say, if all women in the continent who decide that we are going to fund our democracy, and it's imperative, and it's a strategy, an objective. If all men, I don't know if you have what's head, but I know women who have what's head. And if all men could also do what's head, right? So that we can have a balance. But if we could reimagine, because I said, earlier on, we must reimagine everything related to our business. But when we do this, what does true democracy mean for us as Africans, and what exactly are we funding, etc.? And I've talked about that. We must be funding something that looks like us, that sounds like us, that serves our children's futures and livelihoods, and it must beat to the drum of who we are. It must beat to the drum of who we are. And only then can we say it is for us, by us. Let me conclude, and I know you'll be very happy. Let me conclude by saying that democracy in Africa must not be copied. It must be cultivated. It must be cultivated. It must sound like our languages. It must look like our people. And it must serve our children's future. It must be rooted in Ubuntu. In my language, we say Boko. And I think this is so true. We also say Boko. It must be rooted in that. The belief that I am because we are. That's fundamental for us in this neighborhood called Africa. Because no nation can rise above. When we talk about financing freedom, we are not talking about money, and that has been said. It's more than money. We are talking about financing dignity. We are talking about financing opportunities and creating opportunities and ensuring that we fund the African dream. Our freedom must be funded by our own ingenuity, productivity, and belief in Africa's promise. Because in the end, distinguished delegates, freedom in Africa will not and should not be donated. Freedom in Africa will not and should not be donated. It must be designed, it must be defended, and financed by Africans themselves, by us. And when that happens, then democracy will no longer be a cost, it will be an investment, and it will be and become our greatest wealth. Thank you very much for your audience.
All right. I hope you are provoked. I said it was provoked. And I think for me, there are a number of questions that many of us are sitting with. And I trust that during the course of the day, we will unpack some of those questions. I think what I appreciate, Ambassador, is you and I spoke earlier. And one of the things that many of you would know, some politicians, I'm not going to mention names, are good at promising that they will keep time, but she did a steady job. And she spoke about competence, and you guys can see for yourself. So what I'm going to do now is, for the next 25 minutes, I am going to request that my other fellow panelist comes through to help us unpack some of the questions that Ambassador posed to us. And our second panelist is Sibate Magada, who is an economic development specialist whose work spans government, academia, and international organizations, including the International Labour Organization, as well as the United Nations Development Program. She has led inclusive economic policy research across the continent, focusing on financial inclusion, job creation, and gender equity. What I like about our panelists now, you can see they're equally coming from different perspectives. but we converge somehow. We will show you just that now. So then I'm going to, perhaps maybe I should take a seat there, or do you want me to take a seat here so that we can have a proper conversation? All right, so since you're just going, I'm going to start with you. The ambassador has explained a lot. I have spoken about what she thinks financing freedom is. But from your perspective, what do you think financing freedom is within the African context?
Thank you for the question, and it's an honor and excellent to share this panel with you. Good morning, everyone. So for me, financing freedom really starts with a mindset. I think as Africans, because of our history, we kind of think of even the idea of financing from the context of receipts or dependence on the other, whether the other is another nation or a job or someone else to afford that for you. But I believe that financing freedom, as we have said, links to agency, but also independence. I'm a career coach by profession. Besides the work that I do, one of the things that I tell all my clients who range from entrepreneurs to also African creators is that one needs to actually realize that the value exists within themselves, and everything else in terms of external financing is within their reach if they're able to curate, navigate, and accelerate their careers or their paths in that way. But that requires a mindset. So to me, financing freedom means that we as Africans can have a mindset to say the value already exists within us, and whatever we are working towards is within our reach. It's not something that we need to depend on another for. We can curate and create it for ourselves. So practically, what that means is that if a woman entrepreneur is going to pitch for a loan, she's not going into the sprint and willing to go for any straight, terms or contractual obligations. She first leads with the value that she brings, with the service or product that she provides, and has the freedom or even the confidence to negotiate for conditions that actually match her own needs and priorities as an entity. So it starts with the mind, it starts with believing that the value exists within us, and then it then translates to how we negotiate, speak, and lobby for what we deserve from a posture of moving like
Yes, what I hear, Sebastian, is something that also Ambassador alluded to, right? Which is that financing freedom is tied to resources, economic power, it's tied to culture. But let's dig deeper into how those resources are distributed. So, Ambassador, I'm going to come to you on this one. Earlier, you spoke about how elections are funded often by outsiders, particularly on the African continent, majority of the time. And what seems to me is that often, given our history, the inequalities that we have on the African continent, you find that certain freedoms are funded more than others. Right? And so, in your perspective, how does our history of structural inequality shape which freedoms get the attention and which ones are
why do you give me a difficult question? I think, like she said, that the foundation is already set. We need to start with us before we go outside. Our determination. What is it that we want? What is our strategy? And what is the imperative? Do we even have appetite or the knowledge and the understanding or the systems of what it means to us to be able to self-finance? Because if the leadership, for instance, doesn't have the appetite, or between the so-called leadership and the people, there's a mismatch. We're not singing from the same big book. There will always be somebody from outside that will be able to come in and exploit the difference between us because we are not together. So we must set our own national agenda. That's at community level. And it's in sync with what we are saying at the national level and have a determination. And once we have ring-fenced that determination, we can then be in a position to say the how we're going to do it. So we have to have the appetite for it. And I think others have been more clever than we are because they understood that we were not together, we were not in sync. And they manipulated, and we facilitated them to manipulate the gaps to be able to get where we are. And therefore, let's reset. Let's change our mindset. Let's approach it and have it as a strategy. Let's have it as a national agenda to say how do we move from where we are to be able to finance our own democracy that looks like us, sounds like us, and feels like our own drums. That's where I think we must start. Thank you.
So considering that we need to reimagine that whole scenario, perhaps this is for you to explain. The ambassador spoke about different models that we could look at reimagining finding democracy, right? On that continent. But for you, if we are to find democracy that's rooted within community, that's grounded within gender equity, that's grounded around youth, practically, what would that look like? I'm asking this question because I know there are people here that are saying, okay, we hear that, but what does that actually mean practically for me? What does that look like?
Absolutely. And putting my economist hat on, one of the things that we also need to have a sense of urgency about is like Africans currently, if we look at our financial accounts country by country, we are in debt state, which means that we can no longer look outward for financing. We need to look within. So I'm actually going to even give a list of examples of what funding opportunities exist. And I also just want to add that as an economist, I also just have a question, why would our leaders allow so much debt to happen? And I was chatting to a friend now who was at the EU lobbying for, lobbying against this debt crisis. And one of the things that they were talking about is that even globally, we as Africans have a reputation of making the best business for external continents. Because when they lend to us, they know that we will give them the highest interest rate and they will take it. And then they also know that the more debt that we in, the more, money or financing we need. So it's almost like the slippery slope that just never comes to an end. So I think just even from that sense of urgency about, okay, let us be more bullish about financing within, I think we also need to be more open-minded about the fact that we need to also stop having almost a desperation mindset and start to realize that we have everything that we need on the continent, right? So for the creators, the young people, what would an authentically African way of financing democracy look like? Number one, we need to use the philosophy of Ubuntu, where we as Africans actually find one another. We have African Bank, which is quite well known for funding, that, but we also have a lot of pan-African, locally based actually financing platforms such as Partech Africa, which invests hundreds of millions into African tech startups. We also have newer funds like Voltron Capital, and I encourage you to actually look these up. This is funded by Nigerian entrepreneur called Olumide Soyombo, who also has co-founded a company that does a lot of data research on startups and actually has almost created a case for if we invest in startups, the country will actually become bigger and better, right? Another one that we need to talk more about is the idea of financing from our diaspora. It's not only about remittances, guys. We can actually gain from our brothers, African brothers and sisters who are based abroad. We can actually channel actual venture capital, venture financing to support your creative endeavors. And I think this is important because for the longest time, we've only thought of financing coming from only certain kind of institutions. But if you do your research, there's a lot of Pan-African institutions that are supporting young people. Creative Africa Nexus for the creatives is also something else to look into. So the platforms, the organizations are there, but I think even for ourselves as individuals, I was speaking to a friend who now is a partner at EY, and what they're trying to do now is to create a fund just for entrepreneurs, not only to fund the business, but also to fund their livelihoods while they try to build the business. Because the hardest thing for entrepreneurs is that they are starving while they are building the business, and that's what makes them give up. But if you do your research and analysis, there are people, there are philanthropists, there are institutions that are Pan-African by people who look at us, who are saying, just come to me, speak to us, and we'll give you the financing, not only for your business, but actually to sustain yourself while you build something bigger and better for the legacy of the company.
Right. I think certainly I can hear what you're saying, and I can see how it's converging with what the ambassador was saying, which is quite useful. But I think the ambassador spoke to something that showed me that funding the day-to-day work of democracy is actually. And she related an earlier story about if you are running for office, and you know this, I don't want to knows this when you are trying to run for office, and many other young people, we train young people that run for office, they don't have the resources, right? So they have to find them somewhere. And then that creates this whole issue around once you are in office, what happens then with the people that run it. So the question that I have for you, Ambassador, is around actually funding transparency. Transparency not in the narrow sense, right? Transparency in the broader sense, and accountability and civic education is one of the components that actually helps us move forward. How do you go about that? Because it's one thing to just fund politicians, to fund elections. How do you, in the broader sense, fund transparency, accountability, civic education, which is quite critical if we are to reimagine what our democracy looks like?
Thank you very much. But before I answer that, Stephen said, sorry. Stephen said something interesting that I want to talk about. But I'm going to say convenience is what has led us as African economies to where we are. It's convenient at a particular time when you are under pressure to deliver in accordance with what your population believes to be development, to then go and invest yourself. Because when we go on these cycles, and we have promised a road, a clinic, a hospital, and the people are saying, if you do not give me that hospital or that road, I'm not going to put you in power. If you do not have the money to finance it, you are then going to borrow. And whatever terms they give you, especially also if you do not understand financing, understand the implication of the interest rates that are charging, because it's not many of us who understand that. Some of these things are hidden. I'll give you an example without necessarily being political. I went and negotiated with a huge economic bloc for market access of our leaf. And when I left, they had given us unlimited market access. But inside, embedded in the conditions, I had zero market access, or close to zero market access. Because the conditions were very simple. The first one that I recall, which we negotiated, was that our cattle, when they go for slaughter, they must not stand in the sun and stand for longer than X amount of hours. A cow is a cow. When you transport a cow will be standing. And when it's time to sit in the truck, and the mattress or whatever that we had to put in was only available in that particular economic block. I don't want to be controversial. So effectively, you can't afford the mattress. A cow is going to stand, and because it's standing, you are in direct contravention with the condition that has been put there too. So from time to time, it is what is embedded in the condition that you don't see. It's the little lines that is getting you into trouble. And we need to have people, capable people, that are able to unpack that for us to be able to know what we are putting ourselves into. And right now, we are having a generation of youth and women who are in bed before they can even breathe. That's where we are. But going back to what you said, civic education, I think it must be funded not as an event, but as something that is in the fabric of who we are. It must be a budget or a line item. It cannot be something that we do as and when. It has to be designed. It has to be calculated. It has to be clear of what it is that we are trying to educate our people on. Our people must not necessarily see donation of blankets as development, but they must see investment into the future of their children better than blankets. And we still go back to now convenience, but at who? At the people level. Because the person they say, I want a blanket, which is winter, and competing priorities, we are saying, let me not give you a blanket. Let me rather bring a factory here, or let me rather bring this year that is tangible, that can have a long-term financing aspect. I'll give you an example. When I was trade minister, you know, we are a smaller economy next to bigger economies, let me put it that way. I woke up one morning and decided that the white shirts that kids wear to school, the gray pants that kids wear to school, we are not going to import them. All the women that have sewing machines in the country are going to sew these. And all the schools are going to purchase from the women. I thought that was a brilliant idea. I still believe it's a brilliant idea. And I said, let's go. The criticism came from the inconvenience of that, from the parents that are trying to help. But because it's inconvenient, they see it as a pain in all the wrong places. Because they just want to go into a shop, buy shorts, buy this, and go. And I'm saying they must wait in a queue for, as we build capacity. So this civic education that you talk about, relate that direct to democracy. What do our people understand democracy to be? And as we do that, we must fund it. And it will not be short term. It's going to be long term. And we cannot talk about that without linking it to economic development. And I know I'm biased because I've been in this trade for 5 years. But economic development is key to what we can do because it is the strength of our economy. It is our balance sheet that's going to determine the terms of our borrowing. It is our balance sheet that's going to determine how strong and how hard we can come at something because we are offering something. And without the offer, it becomes more difficult. That's when now we cross over to the dependency that we have about. So how are we going to finance this? We are going to finance it by ensuring that we've got fiscal discipline, we are accountable, and we are transparent. What is so wrong in everybody knowing who financed my company? What is so wrong? So we ought to be looking at a way in which we can hold those that are in power accountable. I, for one, will agree with those that say we must declare our assets. I, for one, I'm with those that say our people must know who is behind the veil for us to be able to become who we are. Because we are the ones that are going to lead this economic development and growth and everything that I'm talking about. We are the ones that are going to go to big economies to negotiate. When we go there, what is it that they say to us and do to us? That makes us be quick to say, yeah, let's go that route or not that route. I'm going to give my last example, again, still talking about things that are embedded and you don't see. When you go negotiate, somebody says, I'm going to fund your road. And you say, okay. And then they say to you, I'm going to finance the feasibility study. And so that's nice, convenience. And then they say, well, I'll also provide the funds you can borrow from my bank. Oh, that's even better. You are getting deeper and deeper into the space that you're not in control of. Because they are going to determine what the feasibility study is going to be. They are going to determine the cost of that road. They are going to determine the borrowing terms. They are going to determine. Did I say more? No. So we ought to go onto the civic education at the leader level, but also civic education at those that are, I don't like this bad thing, we don't lead people. At the people that should be, at those that we serve, I think that's better. Those that we serve, they also must understand our language. It can't be two different languages because then the gap establishes the problem that we find ourselves into. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We need to be 5 minutes, and I want you to give your concluding remarks. But in Africa, we don't arrive unless we have said something. So I want just one young person with a burning question. Just one young person. There is a hand there. Just one. Robin Mike?
I think I'll go with the show, right? I'd like to greet the Excellency and the House of Large. My name is Tabisom Bingo, and I'm coming from Victoria. Um, I think I appreciate the discussions that have been made, and I think they're quite helpful in terms of challenging us to think about these things. I think I have maybe one or two questions that are maybe one. It's a loaded question, but it's one question. Right. From an economic perspective, so how do you balance, I would say, globalization and self-reliance and independence as an economy that has been founded and thrived in principles of globalization? I'll make an example. You have, for instance, one of the industries, the mining industry in South Africa, that is currently running its operations and everything. And what you find when you are there is that most of the things that the industry does, they are done, or rather they are outsourced. And this is happening for us to talk about. But there hasn't been nothing that has been sort of done to say let's do digitalization, let's process, let's develop and produce, for instance, jewelry within the country, right? The global scale that the economy is operating on is not necessarily on our terms as Africans. And so how then do you balance being a viable economy and also wanting to also have sort of that independence? Are we saying we want to be independent from the global community, or we are saying we want to establish maybe a South African or an African economy that is going to be, for instance, maybe like what the European Union has? So I just want to maybe for you to come to that question in terms of the economics of it and what are the risks and maybe what do people need to be acclimatized to, because there's a comfortability on the left and there's an edge on the right to say I think we need to be independent, and I support that idea. But then how then do we break it down and bring the two divides to say no, actually this is what we need going forward? I don't know if
I think I got that. The balance, right? So I'll start with you, Ambassador. And when you answer to that, could I also ask you to just leave us with something that you really want to forget. With everything that you want, the one thing that we should forget. And the same applies to you.
What comes to mind attempting to, I want to see what comes to mind in attempting to answer your question takes me down to the way Botswana had approached diamond development, where we started at definition level, and at the core of it was determining at first instance that we own the resource. The government, if you went and had a house, and then you had 25 diamonds, you give you another house. And so you belong to all of us. Okay? And because it belongs to all of us, we then went and negotiated on behalf of all of us. If you go through our history and look at the pattern or the nature or the way in which we negotiated, it is always related to how much you knew about the subject. And it had different phases. There were phases when we had co-joined consultancies because we didn't know as much as we should. There are times when we had our own independent consultancy so that we can come to the table and negotiate from a position of strength. And then when we look at the different phases, we started by just mining and selling. Then we moved to the next phase to say, look, let us sort. Then we move to the next phase to say, we cannot be the biggest producer of diamond in the world, and they are sold in London and sold in the world. Why can't they be sold in Botswana? And then we moved the sales of diamond from London to Botswana. So the point that I'm trying to make is it has to be a plan. It has to be a vision that has a plan, that has a strategy of how to go. And you talked about doing jewelry and so forth. The word that comes to mind is beneficial. We then went beyond just sorting to then polishing diamonds to then establishing factories in Botswana that created employment. I'm not suggesting that you are perfect. It has its own imperfections as well. But the point that I'm trying to make is we cannot wake up one morning and say we want to be independent. That's not going to work. We have to transfer skills from those that are skilled to those that are unskilled. There has to be a plan to be able to do that. And we have to forge stronger partnerships, partnerships that ensure that we are able to measure the return on the investment of the product that we have. Recently, I was speaking at a biodiversity conference, and I was talking about natural capital accounting, where, in business or even at a personal level, you must have a personal balance sheet, right? And every year you must measure your own personal balance sheet. Hence, that brings that to that. Okay. So I'm in the right place. And that forces you in the personal balance sheet to look after those assets that are going to appreciate and to worry about those that are depreciating, and then to worry about where you are headed and being negative in poverty. So that approach should be to government at the same time. It's a discipline. Why can't government look at its own resources as a balance sheet and look at its liabilities and then have a plan? Why can't the business government look at its own economic development and measure its initiatives in terms of how much return has been brought back into the business? So it's going to take patience naturally. It's going to take a plan. It's going to take a strategy. It's going to take vision. But it's going to take boldness. It's going to take boldness. Because when you negotiate from a position of strength, then you are hard at it. You are taking something from somebody else's plan or somebody else's plate. Whether it should have been their plate in the first instance is neither here nor there. So you said to me, what should we not forget? Education, 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 education at any level. Whether it's educating ourselves about what our democracy means or what it should look like, whether it is about educating ourselves about how we must be resourceful and run our economies, whether it has to be about those that serve others on the accountable way and the transparent way to be able to be accountable to them. So people must know, they must be able or have capacity and competence to hold us accountable. They must have capacity and competence to ensure that they themselves, they are accountable for themselves for their future. And when we talk about youth, it's okay to point a finger up at us as we are transitioning, but you also have to hold yourselves accountable through education yourself and then planning on what needs to be done and how it's going to be done and when it's going to be done. And that patience that earlier on was defined as a strength and defined as a gift. Use it and use it wisely.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, but just to quickly answer your comment, I think one of the things that I would consistently going to love before is that Africans need to have a united stance on debt. How much interest rates we agree to, what conditions we are comfortable with or not. And when we negotiate on global stages, I'm not just standing as South African, I'm standing as SADC, I'm standing with Africa, East Africa, the northern part of the country. So we as Africans we actually now are moving differently. And I think once we start to take ourselves seriously and work with each other, trust each other as Africans, the world will start to see us differently in terms of how we engage. And a great example of this, even just like industrial-wise, our citrus sector in South Africa, they've done a great job, just even our local farmers in the sector, black farmers, African farmers, working together to export. There was a point where they were not allowed to export because they didn't meet sanitary and phytosanitary standards internationally, but they came together as a collective. They worked with government to get those standards approved, to package their goods in a manner that was internationally preferred, and they're still one of the most successful sectors because they work together as a coalition. So we actually need to stand together. My final remarks, I would say, are for the young people that we really are at a time that because of social media, our ideal financing of what success looks a particular way. And I just want to say, for us to really have economic and financial freedom, we need to be comfortable with being different, to be the man in the arena who is uncomfortable, who is cold and is scared, but is willing to do the hard thing to empower the country. And it even translates to little things like what you're wearing. Is it produced by a local designer? Is it made by an African? Where do you buy it? It's the micro decisions that actually signal what your financial mindset is. So I think also, even for you individuals, think about what am I buying? What am I consuming? Is it African? What am I investing in? What shares companies own? Even with my different investments with the different institutions, where is that money going? It starts with us actually asking ourselves those hard questions before we start saying Africans are not proud enough. And the final thing is that I'd encourage you even today with these events to really ask the difficult questions and engage with people here and say, this is what I'm doing. How can I further to empower myself and other people? And for the entrepreneurs in the room, I just want to say to audacious, knock at every bank, every institution, go to that person you admire, DM them on social media, say, I need money for this, I need you to promote my brand, I need you to put my voice out there at this stage. And you'd be surprised when you're audacious and you're not scared, people actually are willing to give you a chance. So as Africans, let's be bold, let's be audacious, let's be more proud of our brand and really believe that we are the ones we need and we have everything we need to actually make this continent to that. Thank you.
On that very, very positive note, I would like you to help me thank our panelists for actually setting the tone. The conversation that we're going to have throughout the day. So I just want to say two things. What this session demonstrated for me is that financing democracy actually means investing in not only the systems but in people that actually make democracy real. In this This includes young people, women entrepreneurs, to accountable leaders, as well as responsible citizens that can hold leaders accountable, but also inclusive economies that are responsive to the needs of the people. And lastly, financial freedom is not self-sustaining. It must be financed through trust, imagination, and change. So thank you so much for this.
Thank you so much, Wellington, for leading us in that session. And as we transition, one of the comments that I heard from the session today was about asking hard questions. And so I want to recognize some people who might be able to attempt to answer those difficult questions. For example, we have Mr. Machala Babe from Good Governance Africa. So I think we might be able to attempt some of these questions. We also have Mr. Marie Hoff, who partly representing ALU, but the academic space in general. I think these are people who are here to help us and us to have conversations with them. We have a variety of people in the room, so let's keep having that conversation amongst ourselves as well, not just hearing from our panelists, but even on those side notes, let's do and unpack some of those difficult questions that we brought up, and even Her Excellency has asked us this morning. So we are about to step into the second session of the day. I don't know if you have energy, but just turn to your neighbor and say, energy, energy, energy. I think that helps. And without further ado, I'd like to call Dr. to lead us in this next session. Please give her a round of applause as well. All right. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I have to be honest, I'm actually very excited to have this conversation. I hope you are as excited as I am. Let me start off by just saying good morning to our dignitaries, our delegates, our hosts, partners, and just allow me to please stand on existing protocols. Whatever is my English, my but my task is actually very busy this morning because I'm just going to be facilitating a conversation which actually feels more like a continuation of the previous conversations that we were just listening to just now. And so I think the previous speakers already set the scene for us from the keynotes and the fireside that we're having. When Edith started from F&F, I don't see her anymore, she spoke about how there is a deep focus on the Gen Zs because they have a refusal to tolerate exclusion and corruption, right? Marsha spoke about in LA, reminding us that traditional donor models are losing traction, and that we must ensure that we have our youth as active participants, which is quite important. Now, Wellington as well from Future Elect actually spoke in his introduction about how this gathering really is aimed at provoking us. And I do feel and hope that you are deeply feeling provoked. Now, in our keynote, Honorable Ambassador, we have to really thank you for the wonderful keynote that you gave us. Because she spoke about a reimagining Africa and how we must look at it as an investment to our democracy and not a cost, which is important. But she also gave us what I felt was a historic question. Can democracy be free if funding is borrowed? But she also responded to the same question by saying our dependence on this funding is actually what the problem is. And she gave us an example which really spoke about inclusion. And she spoke about what happens in Botswana in terms of food, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, where all voices are equal. And that really is inclusion. And also spoke about
empowerment, which really takes us back to what the example that she gave us on self-financing. But she also gave us as well some key points where she spoke about how even in moving forward, let's look at core investments, let's look at endowment funds. She spoke about citizen participation funds, and she also spoke about Pan-African collaboration. Really, it was quite important. Now, my sister's wife is something I have been in many various platforms together. Really, an incredible economist. We spoke about financing democracy, which depends on independence and should be value-based. And us reminding ourselves that even in our negotiations, they must come from a posture of value. Very important. And spoke about a very unique concept which I just heard about debt slavery as well. Right? And how we need to be generous when it comes to how she was also actually very generous in sharing the funding opportunities. She spoke about funding opportunities just from an African perspective, funding opportunities as well from the diaspora as well. And I do hope she's also going to just give those examples with the rest of the young people that are doing. And so in that, even just in the introduction that is on there about what is actually quite important about the work that I do is that I'm also what we regard as a science diplomat. And so in that really, this is just the intersection of scientists and policymakers. That we ensure that even the decisions that policymakers are making, that it remains evidence-based. All right, and so now in beginning our topic on unlocking democracy, the youth-centered financing models and innovation. The global development finance landscape is at a critical juncture right now, facing immense pressure and a growing gap in funding that is needed to achieve the sustainable development goals. During the recent 4th International Conference of Financing for Development Health in Seville, one of the strongest calls was the need to mobilize long-term capital through innovative financing instruments. African countries in the developing world quite literally continue to struggle with debt, limited access to private finance, and the systematic challenge of illicit financial flows that Honorable Ambassador spoke about. South Africa, as the first African country to host the G20 presidency, has led this presidency as an African G20 presidency under 4 overarching priorities. Number 1, ensuring debt sustainability for African countries, strengthening disaster resilience and response, mobilizing finance for a just energy transition, and harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development. And so today's panel really will focus on a discussion which looks at Africa's future and one of our greatest assets, our young people. And so allow me to introduce our panel. And so in doing so, I'm going to call upon Ms. Rintola Abiola, who currently serves as the DG in the city. Currently serves as the Director General of the Citizenship and Leadership Training Center under Nigeria's Ministry of Youth Development. She is a youth and gender advocate with over a decade of experience across the public, private, and non-profit sectors. Her work focuses on promoting equitable representation and leadership development among young people and women in Nigeria. Welcome. Let me then call on Honorable Rebecca Ati, who serves as Member of Parliament for the Pilar Tsuelu constituency in Lesotho. He is a passionate advocate for youth empowerment and inclusive community development. Beyond politics, he leads the Rise Together Development Foundation and MR2 Organic Produce Farms, initiatives focused on entrepreneurship, sustainable agriculture, and equitable economic growth for women and youth. Allow me to then call Honorable Nobundu Fazo Webster, Member of Parliament. She is also the founder of South Africa's Women's Coalition, which unites women across diverse sectors to drive societal change, a seasoned leader and business advocate. She has led leadership roles in the Business Women's Association of South Africa, the International Women's Forum, and the KwaZulu-Natal Women's Chamber of Commerce. Who is the Executive Director of Political Economy Southern Africa, a respected economist, thought leader and policy advisor in this person, an independent think tank driving research and dialogue on Africa's political economy and regional integration within SADC. His work sits at the intersection of economic development governance and inclusive growth, providing fresh perspectives on how innovation and finance empower sustainable progress across Africa. Can you please give my panel a round? I'm not even going to waste any more time, but I'm really just going to dive into the questions. I was initially going to sit down, but if you allow me to just stand, I'm going to dive straight into it and maybe start with Mr. Bindisa, just institutionally, and really maybe even just touch on where inclusion is concerned. You want me to see that?
No.
Because of the Okay, I hope I'm audible without the mic. And so, Mr. Biniza, I was still just saying, on an institutional basis, we're going to start us off really from the very top, but just really, how does financing shape who participates in democracy? And essentially, if you could also explain how institutions really function.
Thank you so much. So, yeah, finance. So, I'm an economist by training, and I've built a lot of my sort of career in economics and development economics in trying to understand the role of finance in development. And one of the key things I'm noticing is a permanent feature of finance is, in a way, that firstly it's seemingly a hidden domain for most people. We touch it every day, we live it every day, but most people are quite removed from it. It's the same thing I find with economics. Economics is just about explaining and understanding how we divide and share resources. We do that on a daily basis, but most people kind of fear economics and don't understand economics. And so it's the same with finance. Although it touches all of our lives, we have very limited understanding in most cases of the impact of finance, how finance is actually sort of arrived at, how funds are mobilized, and we hear this term quite often, mobilization of resources. And really, it does create a social divide between those who know and are involved around the table, and those who aren't around the table who don't know. And as the saying goes, is that if you're not around the table, you definitely might be on the menu. And I find that it is then upon ourselves to educate ourselves about finance. Financial literacy is, I think, as important as language. And I think in the current highly hyper-financialized world, it is of utmost importance. And I think even more so for young people, right? Because most of our development is finance. And I say this to reiterate the point that we don't have current resources that are paying for our finances. If you look at all the budgets across Africa, what you see is a cascading of resources from recurrent expenditures, which take up 90% plus of our resources, and the developmental resources or investment is typically at the lower end of the balance sheet, typically not funded by actual current resources that governments make through taxation, etc., and typically funded from borrowings, whether it be donors, etc. And these borrowings are at the expense, and I think people who are expected to pay them are the young people, right? The current people writing checks aren't writing checks that they're going to actually use. These are people who are likely going to long be passed or deceased by the time these resources are due. And I think it is upon young people to educate themselves and call their leaders to account, especially around any kind of financing arrangements that are in place, whether that be for physical infrastructure, whether that be for even civic participation or democracy in general. I had the fortune of being in Kenya last July, in Nairobi, when the protests, what has been termed the Gen Z protests, were taking place, when the Kenyans were really calling their leadership to account over the Finance 2024 bill, which, aside from the controversial interventions it was introducing, wasn't even written by most of the public officials in Kenya, as is clear in the usage of terms that are not even domestic. And I say this because we sometimes assume that the people we elected to power that are around the table firstly have an understanding of the agreements they're going into. In many cases, they don't. In many instances, they're shown the line to sign. And hidden in the language and the agreements is really obligations that young people are going to have to come to. Which brings me to, I think, the core of the discussion today. And I want to sort of end on a note to say that democracy isn't just about elections and voting. It is about trust, it is about participation, and it is about opportunity. And I think without trust, we don't have the participation rates that we expect. And we see this in a lot of the elections over the last few years. Leaders claiming victories at 90% plus with less than 40% participation rates. And it is about how do we get young people to trust that their participation in the institutions will lead to tangible change, but also the obligation goes both ways, that young people need to also educate themselves about more, than just, I think, the participation in voting. I think, democracy is about consistently calling your leaders to account, and there are multiple avenues. I typically have some disdain, although I'm a proud South African, that most South Africans really look at our participation in the democratic ecosystem mainly through the lens of local elections, national elections, and perhaps participation in your local governments, and I know that there's only a few. However, you find that the rest, I think 80% of the democratic space is captured by interests, which are consistently holding our leadership accountable, whether that be through the judicial system, stopping projects that may have developmental impact, although being controversial, but mainly from the lens of the interests that they serve, rather than the interests of the young people, the citizens themselves, calling our leadership to account. So I think we need to upon ourselves, educate ourselves about financial literacy, to participate even beyond just the limited space of the votes and the core of what we consider democracy, and to ensure that people have trust in these institutions and continue to participate in order to create more opportunities for themselves and everybody else.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think I really want to just let on this idea of exposed on financial literacy and even in building trust, and really just bring it over to you, Honorable Mazaresa. And just here, when it comes to inclusion, what would you say when you speak about it? What barriers do women as well as young leaders face in accessing political financing, and how can policy reform really address this?
Good morning, first of all. First of all, good morning, and thank you so much for having me and for this very important conversation. I think one of the most important places to start at is where we are. And the ambassador mentioned something very, very important about democracy and debt. In a continent that depends on debt as much as we do, it's very, very important to paint a contextual picture about why we're there. And we're there, I'm not there. We are there because we have a generation of leaders on the continent who are about self-preservation and preservation of power, more than they are about the good. I think we can't have the conversation about that context. We can't have a conversation about young people and their participation in democratic institutions and democracy without realizing it, without being realized. I recently had a conversation with a colleague who's a minister. I was very, very disheartened when she was sharing about an opportunity that existed where there would be an election of a body that was going to sit in the UN. The African cohort of ministers had agreed on a particular country that would then represent Africa on that body. When the time came to vote, South Africa and that particular country were the only ones who voted in that way. The others were bribed and voted for a representative from the UN. Now, it is disheartening because that is personal gain being put ahead of such a much bigger agenda, which is getting Africa into the room, which is having Africa have a seat at the table. I share this because the context is important. We have that reality, and like I said, what the ambassador said about it is important because we then find ourselves in the cycle where, because it is easier to borrow to maintain patronage, because ultimately that's what the borrower is for, you then have leaders that don't make decisions that are good for young people, that are good for the next generation, that are good for the people. The borrowing that keeps us in a loop, that is about making sure they keep patronage, they keep power, they fund bureaucracy. Because if you have people who are in your patronage ecosystem and the bureaucratic system, that's how you sustain power, versus using that base to actually fund productivity. And so that's what the model, when you talk about financing, that's what the model currently looks like in the main. We find that in Africa we have the biggest salary contribution being, or the biggest economic or financial contribution when it comes to our fiscal, being the salary or wage, more than our counterparts in other parts of the world, because you're engaged in making sure you keep it. So we come in with that context. And then what does that mean for youth participation? Realistically, like I don't want to see theory and things that sound good. Realistically, it means that you sit with a system that is financed for those who are in power right now to retain power. And the only way that you disturb that system is revolution. That's the only way you disturb that system. And what that looks like is financing your own revolution. That's what it looks like. In South Africa, I don't know if it was this year or last year, there's this program called Big Brother. And I remember seeing, and it was last year, because it was around the time of elections that this was happening. I don't know how the show works and all of that, but what I know is that at some point, one of the contestants of that show was then being funded through some sort of crowdfunding mechanism just for his life to continue to post the show. I know that over 150,000 was raised by young people who just liked this person, who was a new celebrity. And that to me says, regardless of the economic realities of young people can fund their own revolution. And women can fund their own revolution. I started with the context because I didn't want to talk about what the models look like now and how they are exclusionary, because we know they are. We know they are. And the context is the reason they are exclusionary. But I think the conversation to have is how do we break that? And how do we change that?
how do we find ourselves in a situation where there is revolution, because that is what is needed to break the status quo right now, and how do we find ourselves in a position where we can fund that change, we can fund those reforms. I'm hoping we'll have a conversation maybe just now about once you're there, how do you make sure that even in policy and legislation, you then do have the voice, and then you do have the mechanisms to make sure that even policy and legislation speaks to participation of young people in the economy and social construct. But the first is, how do we change the very look of democracy and the very face of democracy?
In fact, you're actually leading into that very question that you just left us on your reflection. Just to find out, in terms of action, how can national budgets and parliamentary processes become more youth responsive?
Thank you very much, moderator, for that. Yeah, we have had very powerful statements. Really, before I begin to answer that, really, I would want to resonate with what has been said by our two fellow panelists. One statement that was raised was that of, if you're not on the table, you're most likely to go away. That should be a message that young people should not forget. If you're not on the decision-making table, you're likely to suffer the consequences of those decisions that will be made in your absence. That literally just says we really need to start bringing life into this common statement where we normally say there shouldn't be anything about us without us as well. And that's exactly what has been said here today. So speaking about inclusion, first of all, democracy itself, it thrives from equal participation and institutional accountability. That is what democracy is about. It says who is able to participate where decisions are being made. So the way we need to address this is to talk about maybe four things. One is talking about structural inclusion, which is just what comes after the statement that I just emphasized from the previous speech. We need to find a way in which young people get included in structures that influence policy, in structures where decisions are being made. That is the first way to support inclusion of young people in democracy. Her Excellency here, when she spoke, she talked about how elections are resource intensive. How young people who want to participate, and this is not just young people and women, normally become sidelined because of the resource intensive nature of political space. And we need to come up with innovative ways in how we get these people to participate. Because if we don't consider that, we are going to remain having dialogues where we say young people are important, women are important, but we don't have an institutionalized manner in which they will be part of those decisions. So when I say structural inclusion, we talk about things like creating quotas in all platforms and institutions where decisions about young people are made. Parliament, for example. In Lesotho, we have a quota for women to be in parliament. We have an electoral model that we call a zebra electoral model, where party lists are being submitted, it is a requirement of law that in party lists, if the first candidate is a man, the following candidate should be a woman. What are we saying about young people? We haven't said anything about young people. So these are things that we need to start challenging. To say if it has worked for women to be included, why can't we then take it down? To say youth should also be included by institutionalizing it. Because how else are they going to do it? Because political financing by itself is very complicated. It's very centralized. And majority of the time, only individuals that have wealth or at least access to elite financial networks are the ones who are not dominating the political space. The potential that young people have, the energy, creativity, and innovation within young people, we cannot harness that because they don't have what it takes to put them in those spaces so that we can see what they can do. So for me, it's about us rethinking about different models that can be used to support young people and women to participate. Look into public funding mechanisms that can prioritize women and young people. To say, if we have candidates of young people who want to run, how do we make the environment conducive for them to be able to compete in the first place? Because if you can't compete, you can't win. If you are not eligible to enter a competition, you definitely have no way to win it. So let us find a way to bring them into the competition, and then we see their performance. And the only way to do that is to create specific models that will enable these young people to get into the playing field. So that's basically how I see it.
Yes, Ms. Minsola, I thought while we continue from that very vein, maybe you can give us some of the innovative civic finance models of youth-led movements, specifically in West Africa.
So, speaking about West Africa, we want to start from home. I've been part of a number of youth movements. In 2018, Nigerian youth were able to secure landmark legislation that lowered the age of eligibility for elective office. And there are quite a number of young people who aspire to elective office there, even though the vast majority of us were able to do so through less established political parties, and that obviously affected the outcome of the election. But what we did do then was, following the success of the agitation for the Not Young to One bill, as we then termed it, we also had young people form organizations, movements that were focused on supporting young people who would eventually run and fly the flag of their respective political parties at the polls. There are some concerns, especially when it comes to non-profit organizations, development organizations, about funding candidates directly. They tend to want to stay out of politics because the moment they are giving you money, it seems as though they're trying to influence political outcomes. And it's like they've gone from advocacy to full-on politics. But what we were able to do as youth was to actually form vehicles meant specifically for the purpose of supporting candidates. And although many of them were also limited in that they could not give money directly to candidates or to aspirants, they were able to support with things like posters, t-shirts, publicity, things that candidates normally would have needed to spend money on. And then looking at women, because my advocacy has always been themed around women and young people's inclusion, due to the level of representation and for people with disabilities as well, which mostly also fall under the gender and youth banner. But one thing we were also able to do with women was we had innovative ideas like the Nigerian Women Trust Fund spring up even before the Not Young to Run bill, and they were focused on directly supporting women candidates and sponsoring engagements that had to do with deepening women's political participation and enabling women to be better informed. So they would invest in capacity building for women who were serving in government, women who aspired. We also had organizations like Elect Her come up and then support women, prepare them actually for elections, as opposed to just having women who want to run for office come out in the dying minute, like we like to say. So they would prepare women who, especially young women who had an interest in running for office, expose them to opportunities to engage with those who could support them, take them through workshops that will help them to better navigate party politics. So we've been able to build support structures around enabling more women and more young people to actually get into office. The Not Young to Run movement also transformed into a movement for young people who were occupying elective office. They would do workshops, they would do meetings, they would hold conferences. But a major challenge that we've had is with sustainability of some of these initiatives. As was rightly noted, we do have a challenge with a lot of young people being able to break through the political system coming from political backgrounds. And I'll be very honest, I happen to come from a political background as well. But I've also always maintained that political participation should not be the sole preserve of the highly connected or the high mighty or the wealthy. And we've also, however, seen examples in Nigeria of young people who are not in any way, shape, or form from political backgrounds breaking into that system and being able to excel. But one thing they also had was that they had resources or access to resources. And I've always called for the need for crowdfunding in our elections. In 2015, I was part of the 2014-2015. I was part of the young people who came together to, when I say form a youth wing for the then opposition party, so the run-up to the 2015 elections. And it was when we elected President Buhari, President Buhari now is no longer with us, we can't have mercy on his soul. And that election for me was I would say my first time transitioning from youth advocacy to full-on mainstream politics. And I saw how Nigerians from all walks of life came out to donate to that man's campaign because they believed that he was somebody with a very strong record of integrity, of service. They believed he would actually come in and prioritize the people and they were willing to donate. And for me, that has been an eye-opening experience. Yes, we say that there is a need for greater crowdfunding, but perhaps what we need even more than to encourage our people to be able to fund candidates that they believe in is to encourage our youth to become the candidates that our people can believe in. So then when people trust that you will look out for them and they trust that they can attest to this person's story, we saw his rise or her rise through the system, we always prioritize what matters to the people, then they are more willing to put their money into what you're doing. We had Nigerian campaigns that are very elaborate. There was a time when he went to a very remote community in the north, and a woman came with her savings tied up in a scarf, and she presented the savings to him. Because that was her way of saying, I'm old and elderly, but I've known you since you were a military officer, and we loved you even then, and we believe that you can deliver on our yearnings now that you're running to be president. So yes, there is a need to encourage our people to do more, to support those of us, young people, women, that are running for office. We talk about how in advanced democracies, nobody expects you as a candidate to be the one to fund your elections. I'm a huge fan of Zora Namdani, although I'm not socialist. I don't agree with that ideology specifically, but I can see how it appeals to his audience. Young people who feel alienated by the capitalist society over there. But what I noted from this campaign and all others, really, if you look at the US elections, there's a lot of support that comes from people donating. There's controversy as well about who exactly is doing the donating. Wealthy candidates that want to support 7 people. But the issue is that we don't expect that a candidate should be the one to fund their election. So a lot of young people, the cost of political participation is a major barrier. Yes, we tell our young people there are many pathways to power. You don't have to run for office to be able to impact things. I'm in an appointed position. I've tried running for several offices, I didn't get them. But that appointed office has helped me to also be able to impact things, especially as it affects young people and women. So yes, we say there are other pathways to power, also explore working from within the political party system. However, for those who want to run, finance should not be a barrier to them running for office. So I think there's a need to be able to rally around our young people, but beyond that, there's a need for us as young people to also be people who are worthy of that level of support. And then looking at general youth movements outside of political participation and being on the ballot, there is also a need to do more with our private sector. I come from a country where we have very affluent people doing really great things in the private sector, both within Nigeria, across the continent, and across the world. And I believe that, yes, development partners do a lot to support us. We had very strong support. We've had very strong support from different foreign organizations. But as has been rightly noted here today, we need to also do more to put our money where our mouth is. Our banks, the service sector is doing incredibly well. The Nigerian stock market now is doing really well. And we see people turning significant profits. Our philanthropists are, some of them, like Tony Elumelu has this foundation where he supports young business people, they get grants for their businesses. But taking it out of business, many people generally view outright politics or advocacy as potentially controversial. But I think there's a need also to have our private sector invest in youth movements that focus on taking our democracy, supporting our systems, because at the end of the day, being able to ensure stability within our economy and within our policy is good for business as well. So So we need to be having greater contribution from the business community to be able to support initiatives by young people that are aimed to enhance citizens' engagement, that are meant at, enhancing accountability within government and other leadership structures. So that is my position on what we're doing and what also needs to be done. Thank you.
There was really a great thing around sustainability, and really I just want to bring it back to another level too. In this very world of climate change and AI that's really changing and affecting our world, could you really just bring us back to how do we ensure that sustainability?
So I think one of the important things that we have to reflect on when we talk about this is what I started off with earlier. And that is what are we using our data for? We speak now, and some of the panelists have mentioned this, about making sure that the participation of young people, even in legislative processes and policy making processes, making sure that they are at the table. And part of that is because the more and more we get into this, those who stand to be impacted more by the debts that nations take now are young people. They're the ones who will then carry the burden of the debts that we take now. So first of all, it is critical that there is inclusion of young people at the table in policy making spaces and in legislation. Part of that, first of all, comes from the first conversation that we're having about participation of young people in elective processes and in running for office. And I think we've all mentioned the various ways where that is important and the various ways that can be done. Crowdfunding being one of them. I spoke about funding our resolutions. But the second is also making sure that we do engage those who hold power now. And that includes the men, those who have access to those initiatives and circles, who can then sponsor you in the room and we can open those doors. That is critically important. It's something that we can't ignore because it is how the world is shaped and works now. When there is ability for those who hold power or privilege to use that power or privilege to share it for those who do not have it, you have to see that being able to happen. And then the second thing after that elective layer is participation. And participation obviously gets you into the room if you are elected and you're in the legislature, in parliament, you're there, you're able to shape some of how this policy is happening. But there's also appointed office, which has been mentioned, that also puts you in the room in terms of policy making. But the last one that I want to talk about is there's also the opportunity to then get into the room, not only as elected and not only as having been appointed, but the stakeholder engagement processes that take place that we don't always pay enough attention to. So when there's a legislative process, there is stakeholder engagement, and you need to see young people being in those rooms more, having their voices heard more in those stakeholder engagement processes that take place. Now, when it comes to debt specifically, we absolutely, when we're in those rooms, whether elected office, whether appointed, whether through stakeholder processes, have to make sure that what we are advocating for is that our debt is used for productivity. That is the key, and that is how we turn things around. Once we're in those rooms, we use our voices to ensure that any debt that is taken is channeled towards productivity. It's channeled in infrastructure development. It's channeled in innovation. And my expectation is always that innovation is going to come mostly from young people in the room. That innovation is going to come mostly from young participants at any point of the process. So that's where the rubber hits the road. And that's what is the differentiator in terms of making sure that we are making the debt work for us and making sure that this is debt that will ultimately contribute to the growth of our countries, of our nations, versus the depletion of our nations. I spoke earlier about how
debt is used for bureaucracy and patronage, etc., etc. And what that does is that it spins us and puts us into a never-ending cycle of now we have to keep funneling money to this machine that doesn't actually produce, anything. It's just a cycle. It's just there and it just exists. But once we change that and we're investing in productivity, we actually even increase the tax base that can then start generating revenue for African nations to even be more productive, and it makes us less reliant on debt to people.
Thank you so much. I think even just lecturing on using our debt for productivity. I really just want to take us back to Mr. Beneza in terms of our institutions as well. How can macroeconomic and debt management frameworks integrate democratic and youth priorities?
Sure. That's a good question. I think so. I think for me, there going to be some push and pull factors, right? I think it is an important role that advocacy comes in and plays, right? And this has to be sort of all encompassing. What we've seen over the last maybe say 20 years in the example of climate finance is amazing, right? We've gone from something which was kind of novel in many instances, where people didn't really know much about it, to integrating that into our budgets, to integrating that into corporate governance, to where we are now, where governments can't get funding unless they have a sort of just energy transition plan. Corporates are being forced now to have accurate reporting on their carbon footprints, etc. And that all comes from over 20 years of advocating and money coming and flowing into that. And I think there's a huge space where the youth advocacy can play its role. I think that's the push factor. The pull factor, I think, is that some of these things are kind of inevitable, right? So, to use the South African example of our liberation struggle and fight against apartheid, you can't oppress the majority of the people all of the time forever. To steal something away from one. It's inevitable. The youth are 70% of the population. At some point, the agenda is going to be set by them. The baby boomers are also eventually going to pass away, and those spaces are going to open up. And I think is part of the pull factor that I think is going to draw in capital, is going to draw in interest, because a lot of the time they're excluded because it's not in someone else's interest to have you on the table, around the table. And we live in a world of labor and financial arbitrage, and by that I mean most people make profits in the private sector by producing things where labor is cheap, where they can add a markup and make a profit. It's the same with finance. Some people borrow, lend it where they can charge a high interest rate and cut a profit. And that space is closing up. And what we see in the US-China trade war, for example, is the running dry of that cheap labor tap in Asia and some of the rest of the world. The last, I think, frontier is going to be Africa. I think all these sort of elephants in the room, infrastructure deficits, lack of private sector investment, etc., are now only going to be possible on the continent. The returns are driving up everywhere else. That's going to pull in capital. That's going to pull in interest. And I think that when that meets advocacy, we'll be ready to take advantage of that wave and to ride it towards the sunset, the same climate finance.
Thank you. Mr. Bella, I just wanted to come back to you in terms of us foresighting and really speaking about participatory leadership. When it comes to the next generation of leaders, really, how do you think we need to really train them, support them, and how can you really reimagine African leadership as it pertains to that?
So first off, I would say that it's very important that we're delivering to how we engage the next generation of leaders. They have a lot of expectations, and I remember growing up, getting into politics and understanding how things work is quite different from the opinions that I had as a younger person who viewing things from outside. So I think there's a need to be deliberate about preparing our young people for leadership in the future. And that's why I want to commend organizations like EARLY and Group Africa for the work that they do in preparing the next generation for leadership. Regarding funding, again, we need to put our money where our mouth is. And I think it's very key that our philanthropists understand that we cannot continue to look to foreign countries or foreign governments for support for initiatives that are actually geared at building our own home and developing our youth. At the end of the day, I believe that any country's greatest resource is its people. And being able to invest in our people is very key to the sustainability and success of our countries long term. So internally, there's a need to be able to mobilize the resources to invest in human capital for our young people so that they're better able to deliver on the kind of leadership that we require in the future. Aside that as well, I've also seen organizations back home. There was one that met with me after I got into this new position, and I found their approach to leadership, it's about mentorship and leadership for young people. I found it very interesting because what they do essentially is that they tax their members for their initiatives. And I think a point was made earlier on during this panel about how when women mobilize resources, I think it was the ambassador who mentioned it, that when women mobilize resources, we actually do have the ability to mobilize the resources, but being able to channel them, growing the wealth that we're able to pull together, and then being able to channel the proceeds to things that matter is very key. So I think inwardly as well as young people, there should be a way that we can pull the resources that we need to also support other young people who want to contribute to leadership. The initiatives that were able to support young candidates in the wake of the Not Young to Not Bill were able to do what they did because other young people who saw the vision and the need to enhance youth representation are willing to put money into those organizations to enable them to support young candidates. And I think we need to do more of that going forward. So I think that's very, very key.
Yes. Thank you so much. I really want to open up for questions from the audience. If anybody has a question, joining question. See, I was already pre-warned that we only have 5 minutes left, unfortunately. So I'm just going to pick 1 or 2 questions. The very first hands that I saw, lady in black, you can go first, and then maybe somewhere from the very corner, gentleman at the side. Please introduce yourself and also mention who you are.
Oh, good morning, everyone. My name is Kiki. Good morning, everyone. My name is Missy Hamidi, and I am part of the alumni network that Here Is My Voice. My question is directed to Mr. Hunt. So you spoke about young people, inclusion, and democracy support, right? So you spoke about how we should include young people in democratic or political spaces. But what troubles me is that in such conversations, in such discussions, the people who are spoken about are not the majority in the room. And then, furthermore, in order to rebel against such things like the government, democracy, politics, you decide not to vote. For example, with the ongoing movement about GBV, most of them are women, girls, women, ladies. Most of them are saying with the elections that are taking place next year, they will not be taking part. How do we want the youth to take part and the government is also not supporting because the petition that was sent out was declined? How do we get the youth involved when the youth try to work with the government rejects them? What do we do with that?
I don't think I should really just take the second question before we do this. Are you happy? Okay,
Thank you very much, Sister Kabari, and a very critical question indeed. First, what I'm going to say is we need, as young people, to validate our claims and prove ourselves. We should try to avoid being caught in the victim mentality for too long. We are victims of the system, yes, let's acknowledge that. But sometimes we need to force ourselves to step beyond our capabilities, to say, if this is how the system is designed, He did say sometimes you are excluded because you are not in somebody's agenda to be on the team. We need to find ourselves a way to force ourselves in if they don't have us on the agenda. And how do we do that? A couple of ways that have been mentioned here. One would be, instead of consistently wanting to hold leaders accountable, let's fight to be those leaders who have to be held accountable. Let us fight to be those leaders that have to be held accountable. It should be a generation of young people who now say, what can I do for my country? Before, what can my country do for me? Because that invalidates our ambition. It validates the claims that we are not ready, we are people who are full of complaints. Let us find ways. And this platform is what has to help us. Because we need resources to do that. We have energy, we have ambition, we have creativity. But if we don't have resources to step up into the game, that is where we are being caught. So what I would say to you is honestly, let us use every resources available to us. We are capable. Let's harness available resources that are willing to support young people to get into the space. When we are outside, let's do the best we can with the resources that we have and the means of advocating that we can do. Let us try to refrain more on always saying we are not allowed to do things. We are not given space to do things. Let's create those spaces for ourselves. There is digital media nowadays where I can say something that somebody didn't allow me to get into the door to say. How can I amplify what I wanted to say such that they hear it even if they give me an opportunity to go say to them? So these are things that we need to do. They're not easy, but I think the world has finally begun to understand the event. And we need to show them that we are capable if we are given an opportunity to do so.
Thank you very much. My name is Noburi Tonga from the African Leadership Academy. And I'm also the founder of a youth movement in Zambia. It's called the Youth Movement on National Individual Contributions, where we advocate for young people participating in shaping the kind of policies that affect them. And so one of the biggest things that we've done is we made sure that young people participate in the drafting process of the National Individual Contribution that was submitted this year. But while in my journey with advocacy and getting young people to participate, including myself, there are different things that I observed, and this is writing on some things that Mr. Hunto and Honorable Kati said. And this includes some terms I'd like to share, like tokenism, where young people often say included, but it's performative and just for the ends and pictures. And there's also what they call short-termism, where young people are included maybe once off, maybe it's a youth summit or youth day where participation is now crucial, but that's just like once in a year. And we find that most of these events are like symbolic and are not subjective. And voices of young people are usually filtered through adults through the different adult-led structures that are there. And usually, for government, it's just to take account of the numbers of young people who were there and not really measure their attendance or participation. And there's also a notion where young people are often gotten to participate, but they're not really, I would just say there's usually limited access to information. And young people are not really given any data, but they're expected to participate in some things, which adds on to that performative type of thing. For my movement, we overcame these two different ways of life. We try to lead our own capacity building. We forced ourselves in rooms where people like my age are usually not in those rooms. We demanded to be part of the full process from the development to the executive stage. And we also, which is the most important thing that we had, is that we had the audacity to actually try to do this. But my question comes into how can we overcome things like tokenism and performative participation? And what do you think are the youth participation models that could be mixed together to help bring a more realistic form of participation and not one that is to end with
I think one particular you're referring to?
I can leave it open.
Okay. I know Honorable Katiba wanted to respond to the previous person. Please go ahead.
Oh yeah, there is part of the previous question that I didn't respond to. she mentioned the fact that young people sometimes choose not to vote because once they used to vote, if the government does not respond. So I really wanted to address that. The honorable member here said young people can fund their revolution. And to fund your revolution does not necessarily mean through financial resources. Voting could be funding your revolution. If you don't vote, they will vote for you. That's the sad reality of it. I've seen this happen in this too, where we have a percentage of people who vote every election keeps dropping, going down. And we keep having governments. So it means if you decide to walk away because you feel disgruntled by how the system works, you are taking away the power from yourself of determining who should lead the country and who do you believe would do the best way. And then you are leaving it out to the very same people who don't care who does, or who are simply going to elect the person that fits their own agenda. So voting is another way of retaliating against the system that doesn't recognize you. So I would really urge young people never to retaliate by not voting. Find a way to get your voice in there. It may not win. It may not win, but I'm telling you, it has made the difference between it will have made a difference for people to know your presence. Because you don't, then somebody just wins all the votes. What that tells to the public is that this is the person to vote. But your retaliatory votes could actually inform the nation that no, something is going on. So I would really urge that we never take away power from ourselves as far as voting is concerned. Just one up here. My brother here really talks very powerful this good representation. It is what I always argue that we shouldn't include young people simply for the sake of the cosmetics. To say, oh, I said this in Parliament most of the time when we talk about the quota for women. The party list, the zebra model that we have, where now we have to have women coming to Parliament. I feel like we have not gotten to the level of impact that we expect out of that legislative instrument. Because the party list by itself, the way it's being determined, who gets on the party list, already defeats the entire purpose that we have actually empowered women. The people who will be put on the list will still be people with the closest proximity to the leadership. There will still be people who are seen to be loyalists above whether this is a woman who can actually advocate for issues that matter to the society. So that by itself has put her in Parliament as a woman, but unfortunately she remains an ambassador of the political party, not the ambassador of the women who outside of Parliament. So these are things that we should be addressing, and that will happen with youth as well. After we institutionalize the inclusion, the challenge will still be how do we make them the voices of the youth who are outside of Parliament? Not simply additional ambassadors of the political parties that brought them in. So these are challenges that really need to be faced, and it comes back to the financing. Who finances it? Because if we are financed by the very same political party, definitely I will be pushing the mandate of the political party. If we actually come with the solution of this financing model, that will make me be financed to go advocate for what I believe is right in Parliament. I don't have anybody who hold me by the leg to say, oh, now you are in, man. There is a tender I think I qualify for. That is where the problem is. The crowdfunding models, for example, where million people can donate to me, each person donating $1, not even knowing me, but funding the cause that I stand for. These are the kind of things we need to be talking about. To say, can we be funded by people who don't have expectations from us, so that I go advocate for why they chose to support me, instead of somebody else just making me part of their patronage and bringing me in Parliament for him to have majority and influence within Parliament.
Thank you so much. I know time is up. I don't know if I'm allowed to give the panelists just 20 seconds each to give their closing remarks. That's okay. All right, we can just start from the top of the 20 seconds.
Yeah, I think a lot of you mentioned, and yeah, I just want to remind people that I think society never changes except through the actions of young people. The history of South Africa's liberation movement is a glaring example of this for ourselves. In 1976, majority of the elderly people had pretty much given up on apartheid ever changing and took the young people to change things. More recently, going back to the last comment that was mentioned around how to avoid tokenism, we had a significant movement in South Africa with the Peace Must Fall movement, which in my view was pretty much a timely revival of the 76 movement and young people looking for change. A lot of promises were made. President made a promise that I remember clearly that, to resolve some of the challenges that young people face, such as youth unemployment, entry-level jobs in government would not have any work experience requirements, etc. But we have to look back at some of those promises and say, where are we today? And I think part of the youth advocacy and action to try and change society needs to find a way to have these codified in our laws. And I think that's the only way we're going to have meaningful participation. And whilst we're on this race for our own freedom, other movements are catching up and even overtaking us. And one example I always make is the climate finance example. We need to learn from those movements and kind of copy them and find a way to codify things that are in the interests of young people, but not just the interests of young people, because the interest of young people is the interest of society. In today's world, AI, connected world, Internet of Things, we cannot expect a 93-year-old president to really be able to lead the future of any country.
I think in closing, what I would say is this. We cannot hope to change issues that are fundamentally systemic within the same system. And so that means that young people, women, need to start designing different systems and building parallel systems to respond to our own challenges. The systems that exist now are not built for power in the hands of young people. They're not built for power in the hands of the majority and power in the hands of the people. And so what that means is that even as you think about financing models, even as you think about everything we're talking about today that needs change, there has to be a different system. We have to be thinking about systems that respond to the world today, that respond to the challenges that we have today and are truly representative of the citizens of today and of tomorrow.
20 seconds, indeed, I'm going to leave 20 seconds. So my closing remarks will be, let's consistently call our leaders to account, but most importantly, let us be those leaders who are called to account. We cannot inherit the future that we did not participate to build.
In closing, I would like to say that advocacy works and stakeholder engagement works. And I'll give my party as a reference, because that's, in my experience, what has worked for us. At the moment in Nigeria, we have about the highest level of representation in key appointed positions at the federal level and both advisory and executive that we've had since our return to democracy as far as I know. And that is a result of years of advocacy and stakeholder engagement, and also young people organizing and adding value to the system and asserting ourselves as very valuable partners in our democracy. So I'd like to encourage our young people, if you find a party that you identify with, please join, fill your mental, lobby as hard as you can, show the value that you have. And when leadership opportunities come, you might not sound like what you're interested in at first, but do make the most of whatever opportunities are presented to you while you grow within the ranks. That also works. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our incredible panelists. Thank you so much, panelists. That was incredible. The insight I think you brought in about setting us up
for now us to co-create on some solutions, get our insights and go deeper into some of the high-level kind of suggestions that we wanted to do. So I hope we're ready for that. Now, quickly, we're going to take a break, a 10-minute break, but during that break, we're going to go outside and take a group photo. This is the right opportunity before we lose too much light. And so Felix over there will direct you where the picture will be taken outside. We want to capture this while we can. While you're still looking fresh in the morning. So this is the right time for a picture, not later in the day. So we will go outside and then we'll come back after 10 minutes. There will be some tea, coffee, and some snacks as well while we're doing this 10-minute break after the. Thank you so much for being so thoughtful. The panelists, can you just stay quickly behind for your picture here before we go out?
merge that with machine learning to be able to say, hey, you probably need more assistance than this person, right? Next thing is how we get it to you. How do we get this to you? Today, in today's age, we have mobile money, there's agent networks, there's banks, which, for a lot of people on the African continent, they don't have accounts to. And there is crypto now emerging, right? When you are thinking of delivery methods, you need to think along all these lines. And the final thing, is seeing examples of this, being implemented. So what does it look like for the youth once they have access to all these things to get into the act of participating? There is growth need and crowdfunding agriculture, right? Once you have access to who you are, what you need, and ways in which to get the money to you, it is possible to aggregate all these resources to build tools that actually empower the youth. So here are some things I want us to think about moving into the next session. How do we use these tools to unlock institutional capital, pension funds, to then fund the activities of the youth and get the youth to participate? And how do we fund the creator economy via tokenization by understanding that, hey, we have all these tools and now we can take it to the next level and scale it all up. So yeah, that's just a bit from the tech perspective. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to speak on later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Emily. I'll keep it. All right, thank you so much, David. You'll have an opportunity to speak with him when we break out. Our next speaker under local investment and crowdfunding is Mr. Kagiso Zwane. He's a senior economist at Competition Commission South Africa. So, Kagiso, the stage is yours.
Right, good morning, everyone. As I introduced, my name is Kagiso Zwane. Speaking about deploying capital for local impact and the innovative finance solutions out there that we can leverage to develop our community. And that's the date. So the broader statement really that we're dealing with here is, how can innovative finance mechanisms transform local economies, so helping to realize inclusive, sustainable, and community-led impact at scale across underserved regions. And I'm going to talk about two things which I think begin to attack this problem. One, starts to solve the financing issue. We've spoken a lot about financing here. And the second one, I think, speaks to the solutions issue, the ideas issue, how to get ideas, how to fund good ideas and find things that scale. So the first one, before we move on, I just want to highlight the problem and the scale of the problem. This is the gap in financing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It's sitting at about $2.5 trillion, expected to escalate to $4 trillion. That's the gap. So by 2030, when we actually need to meet the goals, we're actually going to need $4 trillion to do it. And this gap really is sitting in developing and emerging economies driven by the high public debt burden described earlier, limited sources of domestic revenue, inadequate private investment, strong export dependencies, which lead to volatile earnings, and the regulatory uncertainties in some developing economies, which lead to capital taking a long time to get there, or requiring some of those very high interest rates and conditionalities. So I think bridging this gap really requires innovative thinking from all sectors of society, government, regulators, banks, financiers, and social entrepreneurs. So the first thing I want us to think about here is really leveraging the power of the crowd through crowdfunding. Crowdfunding found its fame sort of in charities and funding novel ideas, and it has many attractive benefits. Technically speaking, there's no limits to who can contribute. Charities and businesses don't have to go through massive hoops to get that funding. There's an element of building community, coalescing around shared values, and of course, very importantly, those who are raising the funds retain more control than had they raised equity or raised debt. And one very interesting idea is abundance, which comes out of the UK. And this platform is quite cool because it allows local councils to leverage crowdfunding to fund their green transition projects. And investors can put in as little as £5. And so far they have funded £24 million in solar and wind projects around local councils in the UK. And I think that this is one idea that we as developing countries can think about, and think about how we develop institutions like this and where we deploy that capital. Moving on, then the other challenge is ideas, finding the ideas that work in our context. And one of the most powerful instruments that I've come across for finding good ideas is challenge funds. And the challenge fund simply uses competition to identify solutions to a predefined problem. Why I think it's attractive is that it shifts the burden of innovation away from the government to the community. It encourages diverse sources of innovation by casting the net really wide. You don't have to rely on your team of overpriced McKinsey consultants. The co-investment is built into the system, which incentivizes success, and is quite a flexible instrument. In South Africa, we have the Jobs Fund, which has been used to support various employment creation initiatives. So far, they've funded enterprise development, infrastructure support for work seekers, and institutional capacity building. And quite interesting that the fund has leveraged has paid out 8.5 billion, but that 8.5 billion has been matched by 13.3 billion. Right, and that's, I think, the power of this collaborative model. And the impact is that almost 270,000 permanent jobs, 60,000 short-term jobs, and a whole internship and training opportunities. And the question here is, how do we then scale this to tackle regional challenges and not just the challenges within our countries, but thinking on a regional level, because many of the things that we struggle with are common. And our economies are so interlinked that beginning to think on a regional basis and deploying innovations like this regionally rather than nationally can have some real impact. So lastly, before I conclude, I think these are three areas of promise where I think youth-led businesses really have space to make an impact and innovate. The first is agriculture and agro-processing. We need a lot of efforts there. And climate resilience and adaptation, and lastly, the creative and cultural industries. And the question I'll leave you there is, where do we find these businesses? Who do we talk to? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Excellent question. We will now welcome our third speaker to speak on government partnerships with youth ventures, Ms. Abigail Kajumba. She's the Executive Director for Emerging Public Leaders.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me without mic? Okay, so for those who are able, sit down if you can't, but if you can, I'd like you to stand up really quick, and I want you to close your eyes. Okay, so close your eyes. Imagine you're a subsistence farmer in rural Malawi. Your back hurts, but more so your heart hurts. Because as you look at your very small yield from this year's crop, you're reminded of how El Niño meant that when you were told the rain would come early, you planted, then the sun came, and most of your crop was dried up, and you had very little money to replant. You now can't feed your family or sell your excess crops to help educate your kids or pay that mounting health bill for your mother. Now imagine you're 1 year later, 2026, and this year, the extension workers in your community, funded by the government, gave you information that meant that despite people saying that the rain would come late again, this year they actually did come early. You planted in time, you had advice on which seeds to use, which pests to be concerned about, and now you have a bountiful harvest. You're looking your child in the face and reminding them that now they can go to school this year, you're paying your mother's medical bills, and you know that the next season is full of hope and promise. Imagine how that feels and the difference that makes. Okay, well, as you sit down and open your eyes, I want to invite Violet, an Emerging Public Leaders alumni, to just for 30 seconds explain how she is going to make this a reality for farmers in Malawi for next year.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I have a company, it's called Treehouse Investments Limited. Treehouse is introducing precision agriculture in Malawi. This initiative will use AI and satellite data. And the data that this initiative will have, you see, it will focus on the soil type, the amount of rainfall, the kind of seeds for the farmers to use for the soil, and also the amount of yield that the farmers are going to harvest, and even the kind of pests that the farmers can expect. And due to lower literacy levels in Malawi, we as Treehouse were going to localize it, and we're going to make it easy for the farmers to have access to this mobile app, because it's going to be a mobile app which will be easier for them to have access to. And Treehouse will also work with the government officials, like the Ministry of Agriculture. We're going to work with the extension officers there, who are going to teach these farmers, who are going to help us in the localizing this initiative in the country. Lastly, how will this benefit the farmers? First of all, it's going to improve the food security in Malawi. And two, it's going to reduce the input costs in agriculture with 20%. And thirdly, it's going to improve the yield on the production side with 30%. And also, it's going to increase the Malawi's exports, which in the end will improve the Malawian economic performance and also reduce the dependency system in Malawi. Thank you.
Thank you, so Violet is an example of many young people with innovative ideas, and she is successfully partnering both her own company and as a civil servant with the government, with an AI company, to help local farmers in a way that's sustainable, that's financed, and actually will bring about more finance to both the farmer and all the way up to GDP, as an example of a youth-led initiative with a private-public partnership. So Violet is also one of our emerging public leaders, over 700 young people that we've now placed who are fellows or alumni in positions in civil service and public service across Africa. They include policy, service delivery, and government functioning, for example, in AI and tech, which is my main topic today as it responds to David's examples and some of the examples we've been talking about. But emerging public leaders is not alone. And I want to thank FNF for bringing us together as a consortium, and physically today, because partners like Leap Africa, ALA, ALU, are all doing programs which help put young people and women in public service around governance so that they can directly impact the governments and the public service in their nations to help bring about these good changes. We recently had an alumni gathering in Ghana, and we had a panel on the topic of tech and AI, isn't it? A good example of where a lot of young people are innovating. And some of the examples from Malawi again, from Ghana, from our other countries, Sierra Leone, Kenya, are around both within the government systems and again, for the good of the people, how young people and innovations are helping to bring about positive progress. So examples of things like digital HR, e-government platforms, online visa and passport applications, digital health insurance tools, integrated e-government platforms, and so on. Really inspired me. I was also inspired when speaking to David, who we heard from, who's an ALU alumni earlier, about how in Rwanda, the government often go to his Rwandan-based university and get innovative ideas which have led to putting an e-version of, again, visa applications, land registry. And many of you will know things like land registry often disfavor the most marginalized communities and low income. You know, women whose husband died and now they don't even have the right to their own land, often through corruption, if not through other practices. So by putting things, making them digital, using youth innovation, you also reduce corruption. And before I finish, I'll mention an example. I won't say who or which country, because we hear this a lot, but one of our alumni mentioned to me, and we've heard this example a lot, of how they digitalized in their ministry the expense claim of that ministry. it happens a lot, and there was, he even had threats and so on. But one of his colleagues came up to him and said, "Because of you, I'm going to retire." What does this mean? Why? And he said, because 90% of what I used to take home, I can't, because your system means I can't go out my expense with. And this isn't a one-off example. So I use that as an example of how youth innovation, coupled with private initiatives like AI and tech tools, that's just an example, can innovate government processes to reduce corruption and benefit financing to the things we need in Africa. And practical examples. When we think about AI and tech, we sometimes think of it like a bit futuristic, a bit unpractical too. For example, a subsistence farmer in Malawi who lost his crops because of the late rains. But that's why I had Violet come and speak about a practical example of a youth innovation in AI and tech that helped to bring about public-private partnership between an AI company, the government, a youth initiative that they're working on now, which next year will mean that that subsistence farmer will have access to information data which will practically help them and their families, and also, on the bigger scale, help the GDP because it will be improving production of agriculture in her country. So, why do we need these partnerships? Government helps to legitimate, scale, and also secure things like policy and safety issues around AI, around innovation, around all these kind of things. They legitimate and scale, and also they regulate such innovations. Private sector, they bring around capital, they help speed up innovation, and they bring about the innovation and the tools and the tech needed. And then young leaders. I mean, in this room, I probably am preaching to the choir, but we need young people to bridge that implementation. We're a young continent. It's where innovation comes from. So we need young people in public institutions, in private institutions, and bridge about this innovation. So to close, I often quote, as many young people do, the sort of for us, by us. Ideally, the financing and this kind of progress is coming from Africans in Africa for Africa. We need to build our youth up to have that impact. As the ambassador said earlier, we must drum to our own beat. But I want to encourage us to, as we drum to our own beat, to make sure we're all drumming to the same beat as well, not just the same drum. And as we do that, we can dance together for a much better result. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abigail. I really don't need this. Okay, so we're going to our last talk. Next up, we have Shani Gerber, who is going to be taking us through civic education in the digital age, empowering youth for democratic participation. Shani, please take it away.
It feels like that. Thank you, everyone. My name is Shani Gerber from FutureLect. FutureLect is a non-profit, non-profit organization. We predominantly work in the public leadership space. We work with emerging, aspiring African leaders, predominantly young people and women, preparing to run for office in the immediate future. We help people develop competency, resilience, and make them strong within their own institution to stand up against everything we're trying to fight: corruption, misunderstanding. We started in 2018. You can skip 2 slides for me. We started in 2018 by Johannesburg, where she felt like she needed a lot more support during her time in office, and so she created the public leadership program. We then quickly realized we're supporting an incredible amount of leaders coming into the space. We also need to support the citizens and the constituencies who will vote these incredible people into power, but also hold them accountable in the long term. So, in 2023, just before the May 2024 general election in South Africa, we built and launched our own civic education app. It's available in all app stores. We launched it in time for the general election. It was a very tight period for us, but we are very ambitious, if you know us. We launched it into the app stores, and we launched organically, and then we launched a digital campaign during the election period to understand if we released enough information to the youth, would they then understand that and understand their action from that, and then show up at the voting polls. And we were quite successful. So that particular campaign, we're going to go through a case study. We released I'm going to talk about the format. So first we studied a lot of students, we spoke to a lot of people who were testing and understood, what do they like to see? How do they like to consume content? Every person in this room, if not 90%, is holding a cellular phone or a device right now, right? What do they like to see? How do they move? South Africans are on the go. Africans in general, we're always on the go, right? My husband, we're running, we're commuting, we're going to jobs, we're going to meetings, we're speaking online, we're doing all these things. So we very quickly realized they needed quick information, visual information, something that speaks to them in the same language. It's something that resonates with them deeply in terms of their cultural self. So we released it in video format, short form video format. It's freely accessible, we don't charge for the content. You're welcome to get in touch with us, we will give you the content to share as well. And then about 3 to 5 minutes long. Each video covers a specific topic. For example, what is a wood councillor? How are taxes paid? So you can go in and find that it's all searchable. It's video content that's explained to you by some of our subject matter experts. And we're looking to create more of that youth content ahead of the local government elections. During the May 2024 election, we launched an official campaign went nationwide. It was our national election. We managed to reach 10,000 downloads during that period, and we reached 2 million South Africans online. With content relevant to the voting cycle, how democracy works, what their responsibility is in their democracy, how their democracy can change just by a single vote. Right? If every single youth eligible voter showed up on voting day and cast a vote, we would have a very different life. And we saw the impact of that because we now have the GNU, which we never brought in. Okay, so each of the courses also follows with a very quick 3 to 4 minute quiz. We gamified it, we used Bloom's taxonomy, we didn't just use AI and sort of discover what questions we could ask. We really spent a lot of time with you to understand what are the questions you're asking, how do you ask those questions, and how do you consume the answers to that. So it's really, really youth focused. To date, we have achieved over 180,000 downloads of the app. We've also reached over 3 million South Africans online through social media. And of the users, we've now understood that 73% now better understand what their role is in our democracy. But further to that, 77% of them have said that they're now inspired to participate at a local level. That's ahead of LGB 2026, which is major. That's where the decision making matters. It's service delivery, it's where the roads are being fixed, it's where the water is being distributed, it's where the toilets are being managed. That's my shot. Who's investing? What are we saying, sharks? Alright, great. Now we're going to go into our breakout sessions. So here's how it's going to work. One group is going to stay in here. There's 4 groups. So one group is going to work in here, and the other 3 groups are going to work in different places outside. So I'm sure you saw all the speakers. You know who you want to go into this breakout session with. Just follow them. Where they are, you go there. Does that make sense? All right. Any questions? Anything to add this about before they break up? All right, we can go now. Oh, please be ready to present when you come back. We want to hear what you were talking about in the breakout sessions. We're super excited to come back. Do you have questions?
Yes, just a question.
Yes.
What if I follow someone and then I feel like, ish, this is not right?
Yeah. Can you jump ship is the question. Can they? Play it by ear. Maybe just give it a bit more time before you jump ship. All right, perfect. So I'm gonna ask the facilitators to actually stand up so people know where you're going. Rock, paper, scissors for who stays in here. Felix is about to tell you. Please go over to Felix. All right.
Oh, okay, don't worry, we will tell.
She's gonna look at the help. We can also ask Team 4, we're still waiting for you on the side. Okay, everybody, let's take our seats so we can get to pitching these killer ideas. Team, the judges are ready for you. They are seated and ready to hear these brilliant ideas. Let's not keep them waiting. Your time is up. Minus what? You're losing points. You're losing points. Let's go, team. All right, ladies and gentle people, and those who are not as gentle, as our Vice President would say. All right, teams, welcome back. A lot of great brainstorming was happening there. We're really excited to hear what you came up with. So, here is what we're going to do. Amabel, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. So, every team is going to have 3 minutes to pitch their idea. Nice, concise, elevator pitch. All right, you are in Shark Tank, and the sharks are right here listening. Sell the idea to them. Team 2.
Yeah, they must
You see now I'm getting points of order, but in Parliament all of a sudden, please. All right. So every team is going to get 3 minutes to pitch their idea, make it great, sell us on that idea. The judges are going to give you live feedback for 2 minutes. And then we're going to go on a tea break, and when we come back, we announce the winner. Does that sound good? Yeah. It sounds great. Who's ready to pitch a fantastic idea? There's no confidence here. All right. So we are going to start with team 1. Any team that is not in the room, we are losing points as we speak. Yeah. That's all I'm saying here. Any team that is not in the room is losing points as we speak. I hope you can hear me. Team 1, are you ready? Hold on, we have a timer on. Yeah, do you have a timer on? Please time for us.
3 minutes, right?
3 minutes, we'll give you a 1 minute warning when you have 1 minute.
Okay, just 1 second.
Okay. Are the judges ladies?
Alrighty. We all know the truth. Africa doesn't have a shortage of money or talent. We have a shortage of integrity in leadership and accountability in governance. So instead of trying to fix a broken system from outside, we are building a new one from within through something called the Civic Movement Fund. The idea is simple but powerful. We create a public interest fund financed by citizens, the African diaspora, and ethical partners to support and place new generations of honest, skilled Africans inside government institutions where real change happens. Here's how the financing model works. Crowdfunding and diaspora bonds. Africans at home and abroad contribute directly through digital crowdfunding and low-risk diaspora bonds, just like Ethiopian's resistance dam model. This builds ownership and transparency. Second one is public-private partnerships. Ethical businesses and development partners match citizens' contributions, creating a blended fund that grows over time. Revenue recycling, a portion of the stipends or savings created by fellows' reforms is recycled back into the fund, making it self-sustainable. Every cent is transparent, tracked on a public dashboard, independently audited and overseen by civil society, youth leaders, and financial experts. The fund then selects and trains civic fellows, young professionals with proven integrity, and seconds them within ministries, municipalities, and state agencies. They are funded by the Civic Fund, not by politicians, not by political networks, which means they can speak up, innovate, and serve the public without fear or favor. This model does three things. Builds access. Citizens literally have people on the inside representing their values, protects ethics, funding independence, shields reformers from corruption and capture, creates sustainability. The fund becomes a long-term engine for democratic renewal. So this isn't just another governance project, it's a citizen finance movement for ethical leadership, a movement that uses the power of our people, our money, and our shared integrity to rebuild trust in public institutions, one honest professional at a time. That's the Civic Movement Fund, funded by the people, rooted in integrity, transforming Africa's governance from within. Alright, that was an exciting start. We are going to give the judges 2 minutes for questions and live feedback. Is that okay, judges? Okay. As a representative,
My team
shared. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to ask a question. But firstly, I must say thank you for helping to imagine the social contract. I think it's quite meaningful, especially when it comes to our issues in our governments. But my question then is, what qualifies a partner as ethical? And then also, how will you be able to measure that? Who's from the team is answering?
So there are a number of bases, right? And so one of the bases, I don't have the exact one, but if the Ivory index is a basis, and perhaps other methods that we could use, but we haven't identified that. Oh, Ivory index came, we talked about that, that was one of the indexes.
Thank you very much for that idea, and I think the reference of the Ethiopian model shows a simple concept. And actually, one of the items was for you guys to come with a novel idea. So it might not be novel, but yeah, it is a big concept. I want to know a little bit more about the governance structure. It did not come clearly to me.
What about the governance structure?
How does it look like and how do you apply?
Talents? Well, I mean, this is the idea in cooking.
we're basically looking at ways in which we can get young people into the different channels of governance, which is we would possibly outsource from different higher learning institutions that speaks to the integrity of the young people that we are outsourcing, because we would, it's a rigorous process very visually that goes into that informs how everything unfolds basically. But we do not really had a proper deep dive into governance of the process, but it would work if it is put onto paper and has had a deep dive and looked into the structures that build into it. But also we did think of partnering with secondary schools as part of that.
All right. Do you have one last comment?
Okay. Just a quick appreciation note from my end. The presenter really, your energy was very electric, the confidence in how you presented your idea. And yes, the idea may not be necessarily an original idea, and I always believe that we don't have such. It is just a matter of taking a solution from somewhere, contextualizing it to solve an abnormal problem that otherwise it has never been applied to. So I really appreciate the fact that you're taking something that has proven to work somewhere, and then we give it different context and we solve the problem using that. And you did mention a couple of other things as far as the impact of the solution would be, where you have people represented within the government system, but represented by people who don't feel they own the system. And by saying that, and this is what we were discussing earlier today, that the problem is we normally talk about injecting young people into the system, but we don't say anything about what happens after they get the exposure of the system, how the system changes them. How do we make sure that they don't feel pressure to be changed by the system? So having this fund that independently supports these people, and they don't feel they have to bend to the rules of the system, to me was very exciting. So I think it was a good pitch for
Amazing. So we are out of time for group one. Just if you have your score for group one. We'll move on to group two now. So group two. All right, you have 3 minutes starting now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kitty, and I am from Group 2. I'd like to firstly start by quoting a really lovely lady, I can't see her, but we were having a discussion in our group, and she said a really interesting tagline. And her tagline was, Africa is asset-rich, but capital poor. And that is exactly the problem that brings us into this room today. The over-reliance on African democracy and foreign investment that does not serve our interests. And so what we have as a solution to the problem is our endowment fund for democracy. And I'll bring on my co-presenter here, Akaya, to speak to what our solution is for this problem. So thank you.
Greetings. Standing tall and unshaken is So here we have problems. And a lot of problems we face as African continent. So our first problem is corruption. Corruption has taken a lot of money from us. In Burundi, people are suffering from corruption. In DRC and many other countries in our continent are suffering from corruption. And also, we have leaders in Africa who have poor leadership skills. Leaders come from here in Africa and go in other countries to take debts. But they can implement something where we can take as money from our people to solve that problem. So, and we also have a problem of people are not working together. As the African continent, we are not working together, and that is making us weak than before. Since they divided us these borders, they are making us weak more than that. So our resolution was the democracy funding. So democracy funding is which people can try to help the government to implement those policies in which they can help the people. So we can get the money from foreign taxes. So if someone if someone comes from another country to build a business here, they must be not taxed as usually as our residents, so that can grow our economy. And then secondly, it is the crowdfunding. So if our people can unite as a people, we can donate to that empowered fund democracy, so that our people can do what? We can help those our financing in our country. And then we also have a problem of raw materials that are taken here in our continent and sent to other countries. And that is also a problem. That is also a problem in our continent.
Thank you for that. So just to wrap things up, I hope you have heard what the young passionate women said. But essentially what we endeavor to do is to raise 2 billion rands for South Africa. For Africa, how we calculated that was going off of a 42 billion rand average per African country. And yeah, how we endeavor to get that is foreign taxing, diaspora, transformation. And so the impact that we endeavor to have is to use all of this money that is funded from this card to that is dyslexic.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but the whole purpose of the fund is to empower African people, both old and young, so that we can create a more sustainable future for all. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we'll give the judges 2 minutes.
Thank you very much for that presentation about the endowment fund for democracy. My question to you is, when you have foreign businesses funding your democracy, doesn't that bind you to support their agenda? Because at the end of the day, businesses are capitalistic.
No, I will respond.
You have a response?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
All right. So if you look at the title, Endowment Fund for Democracy, there's Endowment for Democracy in the United States, by the way. So this is not really novel. But however, we think this idea can still work for us by leveraging on the remittances that we get from abroad. We can actually set up this fund and tell because Africans living abroad are usually very passionate about democracies in different countries. So we set up this fund, and 10% of the fund will be used to actually set up, the human resources to manage the fund. And part of the fund will be used to finance an AI-powered system that will help us to track information and data on different elections in real time, so as to empower the AU. We read data, because the AU also have a peer review mechanism where they talk to themselves and try to draw the conscience of different leaders to the realities in their states. Yeah, so that's very, yeah.
The line of the capitalist model in the US, you're still not answering the question to how do you make sure that their business agenda does not affect the endowment fund.
Yeah, okay. Drawing the bonus of that.
If the case were that you were funded by, foreign businesses, then you would make sure that there's mission alignment.
Okay, again, we appreciate the energy and the presentation. The amount of time you put in the presentation, unfortunately, the time, because you put too much content. This was more of a presentation than a pitch, and we were trying to really put every information for us to be clear in terms of what we're trying to approach. But again, we appreciate that. So the question I have, you said the funds should not be administered by political parties. And I assume in this case you're not separating government from political parties, because political parties are political parties. Government by itself, as much as there will be a ruling party that has formed government, but government goes beyond politicians. Government includes civil servants and ministries and things like that. And once you talk about taxes, taxes are federal income. They are collected by the government. How are you then going to take that away from the government, then have it into your fund? Because the business taxes will go into the consolidated fund of government. How then does it get out of that? Into your fund that is now independently controlled and managed. So those are things that you need to be thinking about a little bit. To me, it sounded like the system remains in the hands of government. And if we have been talking, we want this to be a solution that is youth-centric, that is looking to be managed and controlled by youth, but make it clear to me how then that is going to be achieved if we are still using taxes as the instrument for collection of this. Diaspora contribution, I would understand you set up a platform to which they debate, but that one of taxes left me a bit confused.
Okay, so I hear you say the taxes, if you realize now, the South African government is not taxing the foreign businesses as much as they could. So we could take this initiative to the government, say, government, we want you to increase those taxes. And then the amount of money that you get from those taxes come to them and don't fund for democracy. That way we are not included, we are including government, but on a sense of system. Because we cannot trust government with our money because they are corrupting that money.
Firstly, thank you for the presentation. My question is really about the financial modeling of the 2 billion USD. So you said that was per country, per African country.
That is based on calculating an average of, that was based on calculating an average of 42 million per African country.
I think that's a serious undercount in terms of what we're looking at. But also, you also said that we need to work with African countries. How is this different from what SADC, ECOWAS, many other regional blocks are doing? Especially if we're talking about creating a platform for critical minerals in the continent, where they, according to WTO, or I'm going to be very technical with this, they've got the rules of origin. So each country has to have, it has specific agreements that they have with the WTO as it relates to minerals. So how are you going to navigate that?
Okay, so what we came up with is that African countries work together as one instead of relying on external sources, right? Instead of working with the US and all that, we as Africans work together. So sort of, you said it's Pan-Africanism vision. So we as Africans work together with our raw materials. We don't export them to other external sources. We have them, and then we work together, and then we establish refineries whereby we create whatever we extract from our grounds, and then we sell it to them. So instead of us selling our raw materials and then they bring their stuff and then it becomes more expensive to us. So we sell it to them after it's been made, and then we make more money.
Strategic coordination.
All right. Thank you so much.
We often talk about the benefits of having Africans in the diaspora, but we never talk about the financial benefits that they bring to our country through the immigrants. We're going to use the example of Nigeria. They bring an average of $20 billion every year back to Nigeria. However, we recognize there's an issue that's at hand. The African democratic institutions are chronically underfunded. However, we have a lot of remittances that can be used to benefit our country.
Fellow citizens and partners, as someone watching Nigeria's journey from the outside, I see immense potential waiting to be unlocked. Imagine a world where every Naira sent home by a mother, a brother, a sibling, or a hardworking uncle abroad becomes more than just support for their family. It becomes a seed for Nigeria's future. With just a 0.5% levy on remittance, the billions flowing from the diaspora can be transformed into a transparency dedication fund for national development. That's not a tax. It is an investment. It is a hope and a promise that every Naira Nigerian sent home can build schools, hospitals, roads, and strengthen the democracy. But money alone cannot solve Nigeria's challenges. Trust must be built, and that is where innovation meets accountability. Civic remand combines government oversight with cutting-edge blockchain technology. Smart contracts align innovations rolling up into a decentralized autonomous organization, DAO, governed by the will of the people. Every Naira is tracked. Every project is rated. Funds are released only when milestones are achieved. Citizens become active guardians of progress, watching their contributions turn into real measurable challenges. The outcomes are profound: accelerated development, empowering citizens, and dramatic rejection and corruption. Transparency is no longer optional. It is built into the system. Power shifts from few hands to people themselves, enforcing technology and accountability. Civil remand is bold, necessary, and possible with just 0.5% of remittance. Nigeria can transform the life of its diaspora into lasting, visible challenge, funding its future, and building the nation it has always dreamed. The time is now. The future is ours to shape. Thank you.
I think people are trying to confuse our brains now. When you think you have to make your mind and something else. No, that was amazing. Honestly, a very good presentation. We were able to manage time, able to eloquently put through the problem, the solution, and what will likely be the impact of the idea. Yeah, so in terms of originality, again, I would say the same comment. And if you are looking at all the representations that have been made, there is some similarity in terms of what is being put forward here. But that is not what matters. At the end of the day, we are trying to come up with a solution. The question I have is on the issue of sustainability, perhaps even scalability for other countries. You made an example of Nigeria. Makes sense. Nigeria has a very huge community of diaspora. Think about other countries that don't. Lesotho, for example. You don't have enough people outside the country. This fund is going to heavily depend on the diaspora community. Are you aware that it may not then produce the same results for different countries. That's just something that I wanted to say out there. It will make sense for other countries that do have a very huge diaspora community. Does it have any component for domestic contributions as well for people who are at home? And we are assuming that all the diaspora would make sense out of this, that when I have to send family home, money home, a certain percentage has to be taken by government, the government that I don't work for, the government that does nothing for me. These are things that should be considered as well. Yes, we are patriotic, people who are within the diaspora is patriotic, but I'll be aware that it may not necessarily be everyone who feels comfortable with this. And how are we going to make it more of a national movement for people to understand? I really want to contribute to this. What is the incentive for them to do that? Why are those that are at home not doing the same, who are working as well? Because I didn't hear the domestic component of it. I had more diaspora. Thank you.
We'll pass the credit up so that our team members can answer. Team members? Oh.
Okay, thank you for the question. In terms of the local components, we are already, the local people are already funding enough through their taxes, pay as you earn. But we looked at something which is untapped, and that untapped potential is the one that we're trying to bring into the equation to see that we can try to create a system that rethinks and reimagines the funding model for democracy and involvement within our localities. Now, going on to countries that do not have a big diaspora community, I would say this could be true for countries with populations like 2 million people, but a bit Bangladesh. It's a testament of how much development has occurred there because of their diaspora community, and yet they have a small piece of landmass in their locality. Compared even to Nigeria is big, but the population is almost the same. You've got 200 million people in Bangladesh on a small piece of land. Nigeria has got around 220, but on a much bigger piece of land. So the context might differ, but this is something which is untapped potential, and for the localities, they are already burdened enough, and we can't add on additional burden to them. But with the potential of the diaspora, that is something revolutionary.
One of the most beautiful things that is in African movement, because it teaches you so much about people, about even the ways in which we transact with each other. So I'm quite impressed actually by this model, particularly because just to give a few stats, 20 million Nigerians are part of the diaspora. That's a huge market, huge market. And then there's also the currency markets against the standard African currencies that you're able to be looking at, which for me is quite critical. So not a question, but I think more of a point to say, I think the way that you thought about the idea and the plan is actually reflective of Africans making solutions for themselves, rather than solving for the Africans that we think that we have, but they're not the action.
Thank you very much for that well thought out idea. I particularly enjoyed the presentation of it. Very eloquent, very good. I would like to, mine is not a question, I just wanted to say that while you're thinking about the idea, I also urge, you also think about the platforms through which, you're actually transacting it, like in the remittances, for them to rather be African and also produced by us rather than riding on Western platforms, because then the funds continue to remain in the continent. So well done for that idea.
All right, awesome. Well done, Team 3. Last but not least, Team 4. The stage is yours. We have a saying in Setswana that says, which means the last translation, the one who is last is king. Yes. Woo! I'm not saying anything, I'm just teaching you. I'm just teaching you. No, we are just teaching. I'm an educator, teaching Setswana, guys.
Okay, thanks a bit for last week. I would like to welcome you to the Youth World Sovereign Wealth Fund. So our problem statement states this. African youth need inclusive youth spaces and sustainable funding in order to strengthen the civic participation. In order to solve this, we will be using a blended approach to funding civic youth participation and shaping development finance models through digitization and state sovereignty.
Thank you very much. Just to add on to that, so some of the funding models that we came up with is both leveraging the digital and the geospatial assets. So one thing we noticed that African countries have untouched digital and geospatial assets that can be transformed into sustainable funding. So what do I mean? We have things that are called digital domain monetization, of which many African countries do not take advantage of. African countries can leverage their internet domains. For example, Libya has .ie or go on the internet. Many global companies use African digital domains for their companies and they do not pay for it. And they should pay for it. And so this is the part where Africa can actually generate revenue directed into youth-centered democracy and civic participation. Another way is through space and satellite access. We should all know that Africa's equatorial position provides a natural advantage for satellite launches requiring less fuel and reduced costs for companies. If we invite these foreign space investment companies to come into our country, and for them to launch, they pay specific fees to these host countries, we can actually generate more revenue. And this is also us like being integrated into the global economy, not always falling behind. Another thing is a more youth-centered and internal one, which is piloting a youth democratic fund. I don't know if another group spoke about it. But this is through modeling the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance planning approach, where they do not use any external debt, but they use a specific crowdfunding approach, which builds their debt. And so this is very impactful. And also another thing is for the youth to get this fund, there could be a creation of a constituency-based fund which should be created, allocating at least 0.2% specifically for youth-led initiatives focused on governance. And this is accessed directly by them. And young people as well to be included in the world development committees, which are just together, to have a more down-up approach than a top-down approach, where young people are included in small parties. So I think, yeah, I'll give that.
Great. Are you done?
Oh, okay, so basically you want to digitize. Oh, I think it's finished. By using various platforms such as YouTube, oh, so basically another thing that thank you, I must come down here. So basically what we want to do is also digitize by using content creators, social media, by possibly what we've noticed also something that we spoke about as my team is that there's so much done in social media, but we feel like there's not much of a political space. There's news anchors, but we don't have many political podcasts, news anchors. Maybe we can start as a group as well, just to bring in that sense of engagement with what we call this politics. You know, just to make the youth to be more engaged in politics by using the youth. Because I feel like by using youth voices, they will listen more to us. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that. I think my question is about, how do you see the internet, probably even AI, sort of, I want to say, putting an equitable way, or providing an equitable way in which Africans can participate in democracy.
I'd like to give this question to my leaders.
I can also add to that. So I think, especially in Africa, we're the ones who least when it comes to how we trade and how we use AI compared to other continents, and I think that's something we need to take seriously. And AI could be actually leveraged and used to make young people participate into different structures and programs. Another way is to actually get young people to create different systems leveraging AI. I know in my school we have young people who are actually working on such systems, which can involve young people participating in democratic processes using technology apps and also which are also supported by AI, which is one thing we can do. And also it can also help with capacity building. It just depends on how we train young people to use AI and how those models can be developed in different ways. Because you can access almost anything using AI.
Okay, just to go as well. That was an amazing presentation. If this helps, I was never strict. I was never strict in the first presentation. The pace at which I had to listen, at the same time be able to pick up the criteria that we need to use. So if that helps, I wouldn't penalize you for that. Your content was great. You guys presented something a bit different. You guys to say. You presented something a bit different. So I saw a bit of imagination there. When you talk about geospatial assets, these are some things that actually Africa is much of the world for. If you talk, I thought at some point we were going to talk about data centers, building data centers in Africa. We have countries with some of the highest altitude where data centers could be put, and then we can be able to sell those spaces out to companies, multinational companies that actually work around issues of data. But usually saying geospatial assets, I would assume it includes that as well you mentioned. So to me, I saw a lot of innovation around your idea and how you presented it. Yeah, I don't have much questions. There's something.
Thank you very much for that very out-of-the-box idea. I totally agree with my opinion over here. It was new, it was fresh, so congratulations on that. My only comment would be, I think I got lost on the way because I felt the thing needed to be synthesized a little bit more. At one point it felt like we were talking about the content, and then we were talking about platforms. So I needed to get the idea of the financing model. How are you financing the content, and is it the platform? So I think maybe if we had a little bit more time to synthesize the idea a little bit more, maybe we would have come across better.
Okay, before I just give it to my colleague, another thing is our presentation is like in a few kind of way approach, where we show our problem statement and our solution, which is the financing model we propose, and also how young people can actually tap into that finance, which is now the platform. And so it's like a more of a holistic approach, not just looking at the financing approach, but another thing is you can get money, but young people don't have access to it. And so that's why we propose creating a youth fund at constituency level to have grassroots youth-led organizations or initiatives and young people accessing that fund. So it's just more of a holistic kind of
Thank you once again. I will give my.
Alright, no, thank you so much. I think mine is to respond on the issue of the content where you say you were lost because there was some understanding of that we are seeking of content. Yes, you are correct. Maybe my colleague will need to go through because of issues of time. Because you realize that many young people are in the spaces of content. Many people always this, the social spaces, you are Facebook, Twitter, X, TikTok, all, you name it all. So, but many of them are not monetizing these spaces. So
So it means that now there's an opportunity where we can say all young people who are in this space, which is us young people in those spaces, and then we can monetize that, and then certain percentages of that monetization processes can be directly go straight to fund these initiatives. Yes. And that will also create a movement where we encourage to say, let's share the content. For instance, in this case, you here, you can take a picture, you post it online. You find that you have 1.5 engagement and likes, but your content is not monetized. Yeah. But if it was monetized, it means that that's money. A certain percentage of that can be transferred to funding. And also now the impact that this is going to have. We analyze the situation where we categorize South Africa as one of the most unequal countries in the world. And now with these initiatives, if my brother over here and my sister over that side, they share this content and they get to monetize it, then they will get a certain amount. And then there's going to be a split to the fund and also to the individual, so that they also can fend for themselves and they can have, I don't say working capital, but they can have means as this idea is being implemented. And of course, the sustainability issue will require, SWOT analysis and revisions and this analysis, and as time we then improve the program or the initiative as it goes.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much. Some brilliant ideas are coming up here.
Where's the live stream showing so we can go rewatch and take these ideas up for real. All right, so thank you. Well done. Round of applause. I mean, we have a lot to think about, a lot to digest, a lot of questions to ask each other, and we can go do that over a tea break. Our judges, you can podcast, and then at the very end, we are going to say which team you want. So judges, you can podcast, and you can tell Felix which team you have selected as the winner. So we can all be in suspense until the very end. Please go and have your tea break. We will be back at, let's say, 4:20.
That's a lot of responsibility.
We will be back at 4:20.